you very much. Good evening, councillors, members of the public and visiting councillors. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Brown, Chair of the committee. This meeting is being held in person and via Teams, excuse me, and streamed live to public on YouTube. I remind all attendees that participation in the meeting indicates consent to the audio and video being streamed live, and acknowledgement that after the meeting it will continue to be available in the public domain. Members of the public are only able to speak if they have registered their intention in accordance with council procedures. We have 2 applications that are eligible for public speaking this evening, but one may not be able to if we can't get hold of the other speaker. As chair, I have the discretion to adjourn the meeting in the event that there is disorderly conduct from councillors or members of the public in accordance with section 4 of the council's constitution. I can also terminate or suspend webcasting of the meeting in accordance with the webcasting protocol. We will now start on the agenda items. Do we have any apologies for absence, please?
I've received no apologies for absence, but I can see we've got a couple of councillors online. We have Councillor Eggleston, and I think we've got a visiting member, Councillor Hafferty, as well.
Thank you. I am expecting possibly that Councillor Mackenzie Boyle would join us a bit later. She may be able to or may not.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to say that.
Thank you, yeah. So everybody else is in person. Lovely. Now, the minutes of the last meeting. Does anybody have any questions about them? Nope. So can I move that these minutes of the last meeting are a correct record of our meeting? Seconded? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. 2 seconders. Excellent. And so shall we take a vote on that, or do you want to comment? Vote. Let's take a vote. All in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Did we have an abstention from Councillor Barnard? Oh, did you? I didn't see. Too quick. Okay, fair enough. So declarations of interest. Members are asked to declare any disclosable pecuniary or affected interests in respect of any matter to be considered at this meeting. Any member with a disclosable pecuniary interest in a matter should withdraw from the meeting when the matter is under consideration, and should notify the Democratic Services officer in attendance that they are withdrawing as they have such an interest. If the disclosable pecuniary interest is not entered in the register of members' interests in the monitoring then the monitoring officer must be notified of the interest within 28 days. Does anybody have any such interest? Nope. Thank you. Do we have any urgent items of business, please?
No, non-notified, Chair.
Thank you. So we move on to the first item, which is open for public speaking. It is the one on 27 Wentworth Way. And we have first the objector and then the applicant. Richard Cleverly, are you here, please? Oh, sorry, yeah. Just check that the people are here first. Yeah, and Brad Smith, thank you. So we'll have the officer's report and then we'll have you one at a time. Thank you.
Good evening. Right, I will share my screen. Good evening. Okay, I am, yeah, you can see my screen, good.
So here, planning permission is sought for a 3-bedroom dwelling attached to 27 Wentworth Way, following the demolition of an attached single-storey side extension and a garage. Adjacent properties will be 27 Wentworth Way and the double garage to the west, which also faces onto Wentworth Way. And you can see 27 Wentworth Way here, and the double garage to the west here. The proposed house will be of similar height and scale to its neighbouring property, as well as appearance, as you can see from the elevations on the screen. Just going to do that bit there. 2 parking spaces are shown for both properties, 27 Wentworth Way and the new house along the frontage. Cycle storage and refuse storage for the new house will be to the rear, with these being accessed via a pathway to the side of the house, a 1 metre wide pathway. The new property, I'm just going to do that there. The new property will partly fill this gap in the street scene between Wentworth Way and Wentworth Avenue, but there will remain a degree of spaciousness due to the adjacent double garage and the rear garden of 56 Wentworth Avenue, which backs onto the application site. You can see the double garage and 56 Wentworth Avenue there. Here. The proposed house will continue the building line along Wentworth Way. I'm just going to do this here. The proposed house will continue the building line along Wentworth Way, but neighbouring properties have already extended the building line, where other semi-detached properties in the street have already been extended with side extensions which are not set back, as shown in the photographs. Although parking for both properties will be along the frontage, this is again not uncommon in the street, where frontages are laid to hard standing to accommodate parking, again as shown in the bottom photograph. There is a distance of at least 0.9 metres between parking spaces and the front door of the new house to meet building regulations. And space for an electric charging point has also been shown on further amended plans. There have been a number of amendments during the course of this application to ensure the best possible site layout. The application also proposes a single-storey extension to the new house and 27 Wentworth Way. The extension to 27 Wentworth Way, with a depth of 3.5 metres, is not considered to have an adverse impact on 25 Wentworth Way, the neighbouring property to the east. The extension rather replaces an existing 3-metre deep single-storey rear extension and conservatory at the property. You can see those there. The new house is not considered to have an adverse impact on the residential amenities currently enjoyed by properties located in Wentworth Avenue, which these photographs have taken from the rear of 27 Wentworth Way. You can see the houses in Wentworth Avenue here. Due to the juxtaposition of Wentworth Way and Wentworth Avenue, numbers 46 to 54 will all have their boundaries with the rear garden of the new house, with their rear gardens facing the site. In terms of the first floor windows of the new house, back-to-back distances and distances to rear neighbouring boundaries meet the recommended distances in the design supplementary planning document. As the proposal is of similar scale, height and materials as 27 Wentworth Way, and parking as well as cycle and refuse storage is provided, and the new house is not considered to have an adverse impact on neighbouring amenity, the application is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Please note the report has also got a supplementary. What am I doing? Thank you. It's on supplementary report, page 3. No. Yes, page 3 of the report. And the recommendation for this is on page 48 of the agenda pack. So that's all of the information there. Shall we have our public speakers? Richard Cleverly, would you like to come up to the podium, please? Thank you. Is he? Let's get my clock on. Thank you. Mr. Cleverly, I will be timing you for 3 minutes. And 20 seconds, you'll get a warning of only 20 seconds, but carry on talking to the Okay. Thank you. Would you like to, are you ready to start?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Hope you can hear me. Good evening, everybody. My name is Richard Cleverly. Oh, sorry. Sorry, start again. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. My name is Richard Cleverly. I live at number 30 Wentworth Way, which is almost opposite number 27. I've lived in the road for over 40 years, and some of my neighbours even longer. My objections to the planning proposal are that the street, Wentworth Way, is lined with semi-detached houses or bungalows for its entire length. Every property is a grass verge between the house and a footpath and the property. There is only one property on each plot. The land registry states there should be only one property on each plot. I have copies of land registry here with me. By adding a second property to the single plot joined to the existing number 27 would create a row of 3 terraced houses. This means that Mr. Changer's property, number 25, will be devalued, changing from a semi-detached to a terraced house. All the above is totally out of character with the area and the current Winkfield neighbourhood plan. By adding a second house to the single plot would create access problems, as there would be no access to a garage for either houses. Therefore, I assume that a drop curb would be required. For the current number 27, this would mean removal of the current grass verge, fir hedge and street lamp post, thus allowing 2 vehicles to park in front of each property. However, due to the limited depth between the footpath and the front of the properties, the existing porch would also need to be removed to allow parking. Vehicles could protrude across the area vacated by the virgin hedge. The front vehicles would be right up to the footpath. Again, totally out of character with any other property in the area. Currently, number 27 is also being used as an Airbnb, and over the last 18 months, various building and maintenance companies have housed workers in the property. Their vans, lorries and large 4-wheeled vehicles park in the road and across the pavement along Wentworth Way, as many as 4 at any one time. This is unsafe for people using the pavement, especially those with electronic wheelchairs, child buggies. They have to cross the road to avoid these vehicles. Access to the opposite side to the parked vehicles, to houses on the opposite side, opposite to the parked vehicles, are hindered when entering or exiting their driveways. If the dwelling is used in a similar manner, the situation will only worsen. If this proposal is approved, due to the limited space in front of the property, Where will all the builders and the contractors park vehicles when this major work takes place? It will create havoc in a residential road. I would like to thank the councillors that have taken the time to come and look at the site and hopefully see what the problems are. Surely that with so many objections, 17 I believe, including Winkfield Parish Council and the Society for Protection of the Ascot and the Environs, I find it hard to believe that the proposal could be approved. Surely there should be consideration for the people that live in the vicinity of number 27, whereas the current owner does not live nearby, so will not suffer any inconvenience.
That's it. Stop, please. Sorry, I've
Thank
let
you.
you to carry on to that one. Sorry. Would you like to stop for a minute to answer any
Certainly, yes, certainly.
question of fact, please? No? Anything from councillors? Do you have anything? Anybody online have anything? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciated. Now, Mr. Smith, Brad Smith, please. Thanks, Jamie.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Brad Smith. This
Could
is my
you-
wife. We own 27 Wentworth Way.
Excuse me,
Yes,
I need to
time me.
time
I'm
you,
going to be
sorry.
less than a minute, so don't worry.
Okay. Well, let's do it and we... Okay, ready.
Okay. So our planning agent has worked very closely with the case officer, who's been very helpful, to develop a scheme which is acceptable. And our ultimate plans for the site is for us to live at the property and my father and elderly grandmother to live next door. My father has contributed to the purchase of the property and will be contributing to the build of that property with the intention of living out his retirement. The scheme comes committee with the case officer approval and reiterate the positives. The scheme will provide an additional family size unit in a sustainable location. The scheme meets all LA's requirement in terms of parking, garden space, and has no negative impact on neighbouring properties. Whilst Bracknell Forest Council's strategic flood risk assessment indicates that the site is in Council's second highest category of groundwater emergence, a groundwater flood risk assessment has been commissioned and confirms that the application site is not at risk at all from sources of flooding. The LLFA has concluded that no further investigation or risk is deemed necessary and has not raised any objections to the proposed development. We confirm that we are willing to make financial contributions towards the cost of SPA avoidance and mitigation measures and are willing to enter a 1 of 6 agreement to secure this. That's all. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions of fact for Mr. Smith, please? No? Nothing, thank you. So, questions for the officer, I believe. Councillor Virgo.
As if you could forget. Could I just ask a question? Could this be a standalone separate property?
It will be a separate property as a new house.
Right, okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Anybody else? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cleverly raised a point about the land registry entry. I assume that a planning application such as this is the correct way to amend that situation and that wouldn't prohibit this, but I was just wondering if the officer could confirm that for us, please.
So land registry, is my understanding, is a legal issue, which is not a planning consideration for the land registry. Be more legal.
Chair, with your permission, yes, Shelley, the case officer is completely correct. And the other thing is that the planning permission does not override any covenants that sit within the land registry document. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, so here with land registry, that's going to be more of a legal issue. And here, that's not a material planning consideration, and the planning permission wouldn't override any legal considerations. Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I think you said that the gap between the parking space and the new house will be 0.9 metres, but can you confirm what that gap is on the existing property? Because it looks narrower.
It's 0.6 metres.
Thank you.
Councillor Virgo again?
Yes.
Could I ask a further? I'll shout. Could I ask a further one? Looking at the middle house of this, because it's like a terrace in the end, isn't it? Really. Would the bins? Where would the bins go here? Because clearly, if you've got vehicles and you can't take them to the rear, there's no bin store, is there?
So here there is space, as you can see on the layout here. They have shown that bin storage will be to the front. So you have that space there, but there is also the pathway to the rear and a gate to the rear. So refuse storage can be at the front, but there is also, it can also be to the rear, and they can bring the bins round through this pathway here. But as I say, they have shown the refuse storage for number 27 Wentworth Way to be to the front of the property.
Thank you. Councillor
Would the
Penfold.
legal issues have to be sorted before building started?
I'm afraid I may need to seek advice on that.
I would defer to the advice of the borough solicitor. However, my understanding is that if someone had had an interest in the land that they could exercise the covenant, they would have the ability to do that. But as I say, it's not a material consideration in planning terms.
Thank you.
Would we say that's a civil matter?
Yes, it's a separate legal matter, but I think Jackie Woods is online and she's the borough solicitor's representative.
Yes, Chair, if I may.
Yes. Could you speak up, please? We can't hear
Oh,
you.
sorry.
Lovely.
Can you hear me now? Is
Yes.
that any better?
Lovely.
Thank you. Yes, the covenants are a completely separate matter to this. It is not something to be considered as part of the planning application. It's a completely separate matter.
Thank you very much. That's great. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Returning again to some of the points made by the objectors, one of the comments was with regards to the grass verges currently at the front of a lot of the properties. And the claim was made that that's out of character. I think the officer in the report suggested that there were other examples of hard standing. Could you just confirm, what is there in terms of examples of that change to the character on the street?
Thank you.
So here, yes, there are other examples in the street. If I can go back to my photo. So here, I don't want to say, well, as you can see with this house here, it is laid to hard standing and there is no grass verge or grass hedge, hedge. The planting. Yes, excuse me, sorry. Yes, grass, I meant a hedge.
Any other councillors' questions, please? None. Anyone online? No? No? Okay. So it falls to me to move the recommendation, which is on page 48 of the application report, and there's an amendment to the recommendation on page 3 of the supplementary report. Yeah, I'll try and get closer to the microphone. It's not a great microphone, I have to say. However, so those considered, I move that the recommendation should be put, not put, but I move the recommendation. Is that seconded, please? Councillor Collins, thank you.
I will second that.
Thanks. So, would anybody like to speak on this matter, please? Anybody online? Councillor Virgo, please.
Chairman, I'd like to thank the members for coming, actually, because I think seeing these sites is the most important thing sometimes for this committee, to be honest. I made a further visit to it yesterday, actually. Look, I have to say, when I first looked at this, I thought this looked okay. But in great consideration and taking my time, I do have a problem with it. And I think it does change the street scene. And the trouble is, once you do this, you change the whole street because other people might well be tempted to do the same thing. I think, how can I say, I think it is a problem with the parking because no doubt the parking spaces will be filled and it does look different. There's no doubt about it. If you come down and look at that street scene across, it will be different. The garden front will disappear for parking, and that means that the character of the street, although people do have cars on drives, I accept that. But if you get all cars on drives into houses there, that will change the ambience of the street. The other thing is, this is not, we described it as a standalone house. It's a terrace. I mean, come on. It's a terrace, because if you join all these houses together, they are a terrace. So it is different than other houses in the street. So I don't quite see how they can be compared as the same. I do agree with Winkfield Parish Council, and I think they make a point that I think I would like to endorse. So for my thoughts, I'm terribly sorry, and I can see why they did it. I can understand for good reasons. But I can't support this, and I have an alternative motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Virgo. Would anybody else like to speak? Please. Councillor Collins. I'm sorry, this is a meeting in public, not a public meeting. You have to arrange to speak, which you've done. Okay, there's no more speaking, thank you. No, sorry.
Thank you. I have concerns about the parking. The existing property with the parking spaces as marked allows very little space for access to the front door. And I am very concerned that vehicles will stick out over the footpath, and I don't think that is acceptable. Therefore, I will not be supporting this motion either.
Councillor Barnard.
Thank you very much. Although I couldn't attend the site visit on Saturday, I did pay a visit to it, and I think this
Excuse me, could we just pause for a moment? Will you switch off that phone, please?
It's 20 quid.
And it's 20 quid for the Mayor's charity.
No, it's 40.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard, I'm sorry, carry on.
No.
Oh. Please will you go outside and switch that phone off? Silent. Yep. Shall we try again? Thank you.
I think this is a very difficult application to look at. I listened carefully to the report of the Planning Office, and I also listened very carefully to the comments the applicant made, and I totally understand how actually you might wish to do what you can to actually provide and support your family. Now, I think the issue for me is that we talk a lot about what is a material planning issue, planning reason, and having looked carefully at that site, I am not persuaded, and I'm reminded here by the comments of a former planning officer here, Martin Bourne, that said that quite often when it comes to these sort of finely judged things, there's an element of subjectivity to this. And I think in this case, having viewed the site, that this actually, for me, is a little bit too far. And I support the comments that Winkfield Parish Council has put in place. They know the area, they know it well, and also endorse the comments that Councillor Virgo made. I think this will have a detrimental impact, or will, I think, fundamentally change what is a very visual and visible and very important point to the street scene there. So it's with regret I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I would concur with Councillor Barnard that I think this is quite a difficult case. It's quite nuanced. My view is that the property itself, I actually think is quite a sensitive extension, and I think I don't have too many concerns as to how the actual building works in the context, particularly the sort of side-on relationship to the neighbouring property. Like others, I think the parking seems to be the main concern, and I think particularly this loss of that grass verge. However, I have actually just been having a quick look on Google Maps, and I can find some other examples where that has been done on this street scene. So I'm not entirely convinced that therefore be sufficient for me to suggest refusal of the application, as there is already some precedent within the street, albeit it is a change from the sort of the dominant relationship. So I think on that basis, I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Other speakers, do we have anyone online saying no? No. Sure no one else wants to speak. Right, a bit of a sum up. So we have a strong feeling that actually it would look like terracing here. Well, it would be terracing, although there are other dwellings that are have new extensions that look like terracing too. We have the removal of hedging and verges, which is not unusual apparently in the street scene. And the officer has recommended approval. So, shall we take a vote on the current motion? Yeah. So, the motion in front of us, those in favour, please show.
That's 4 in favour, your Chair.
And those against? It's...
And that's 5 against,
Yeah.
so it's refused.
It's refused. The motion falls, so may we have a look at the alternative motion, please?
Excuse me, sorry, let's just do this. Okay. Right, I would just...
Sorry? Oh, yes. Councillor Virgo, would you like to come? Yeah. Lovely. Would you like to read it out, please?
A second, I'll read it out. Oh, look, the proposed, so the application 23/00814/full be refused for the following reasons. The proposal is considered to be out of keeping with the character and appearance of the area and street scene. The proposal introduces a terraced form of development in an area which is characterised by semi-detached properties and parking which dominates the street frontage and provides little space for planting. The proposed development would therefore be contrary to policy LP28, LP50 of the Bracknell Forest Local Plan and policies W1, W2 and W3 of the Winkfield Neighbourhood Plan. In the absence of a planning obligation to secure suitable avoidance and mitigation measures and access management monitoring measurements in terms that are satisfactory to the local planning authority, the proposal would be contrary to the Regulation 63 brackets 5 of the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017 as amended. Policy NRM6 of the South East Plan, Policy LP32 of the Bracknell Forest Local Plan, the Thames Basin Heath Special Protection Area Supplementary Planning Document, brackets 2018. There's an informative, but I'll leave that to the imagination. Please note that refusal to can be overcome by entering into a planning obligation to secure suitable avoidance and mitigation measures and access management monitoring arrangements in terms that are satisfactory to the local planning authority. I think, Chair, that's the small print. Thank you.
Nevertheless, part of the motion.
Yes.
Did we take questions on that?
No, it's just for debate.
Okay, so that is proposed and seconded. Do we just do any comments before we take a vote?
I think a seconded, Chair, just to say I think the motion sets out very clearly the context for moving refusal.
Thank you. So those in favour of the alternative motion? Oh dear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
That's 5 in favour, Chair.
And those against?
That's 1 against, Chair.
Oh, 3.
Oh, 3. Sorry, 3.
And abstentions? That's me.
And 1 abstention. So the alternative motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Moving on. Thank you very much, officers and those attending for this application. Would you like to leave if you... What's that? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. He's Alan Lacey, is he? Yeah, okay. So our next application is on, oh dear, page 53. My page turning doesn't go. There we go. That's that one. Thank you. No, it's not. Yep. Yes, yes, please do leave if you would like to now. Thank you. Thanks for your attendance. So item number 6 is land rear of Warfield Priory, Warfield Street. And we have an objector to the application and the agent speaking. I believe Alan Lacey is here. And he will be speaking from the back rather than the podium because it's better sitting down, really. Right. I need to time you. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I've got to have the... Sorry, too much confusion today. Officer report, and then we have the speakers. First you and then the applicant. So if you could hang on, please. Officer, please. Where is he? There. Matt Lunn.
I thought I was off the hook there for a moment.
Oh dear.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Lunn. I'm the Strategic Sites and Design Team Manager and also the case officer for this site. I'm presenting a full planning application for the erection of 16 dwellings, associated access, parking, amenity space and landscaping following the demolition of an existing garage. And please can I just draw your attention to the accompanying supplementary report just to provide you with a sneak preview of the layout. Here it is, and we'll be going back to it in a moment. And this also, just to firstly delve into the planning context for this site, It's located within a settlement boundary and it forms part of the SA9 land at Warfield allocation, allocated for mixed-use residential-led development comprising 2,200 dwellings. This is just a small part of it. Therefore, the principle of development is established. It falls within the Area 1 Master Plan area, as you can see, highlighted red. Therefore, any planning application within this area would be expected to be in general accordance with the agreed Area 1 Master Plan. Just a bit of context about the site. It's circa 1.4 hectares in area, slopes gently downwards north towards Warfield Street. It's bounded by Warfield Street to the north, the rear of properties fronting onto Warfield Street to the east, allocated land to the south that is subject to an outline planning permission, and to the west is Old Priory Lane and also the rear gardens of properties along Old Priory Lane. There's a Grade 2 listed building here highlighted blue, and also you've got Newell Hall up here to the northwest of the site. There's also Grade 2 listed building. I'm just going to take you, it's within flood zone 1, which is low risk, and around pretty much the whole perimeter of the site is quite heavily vegetated, many mature trees, a woodland to the east, 3 veteran oak trees along the southern boundary, numerous TPOs across the site, and there's also a couple of group TPOs as well. If I now just give you a little bit of site context on the ground. This is a view. The site is on the left-hand side. This is looking westwards along Warfield Street. I'll give you a bit of context as we go, but this fence line would be replaced as part of the scheme, not like for like vertical timber railing, which should provide an improvement along this stretch. These are not in the order that I thought. So now this is looking eastwards along Warfield Street with the site here, just there. And as part of the scheme, this vegetation frontage would be lost, but replaced with further landscaping. And there'll also be the installation of a pavement in that area linking onto the existing pedestrian network. This is a site, so this is a photo looking south along Old Priory Lane. This is the site. The yew tree here would be retained as part of the proposals. This is the hedgerow vegetated frontage that would be lost and replaced. And this is a photograph looking north with Warfield Street there at the end, with the site on the right-hand side. Now going to inside of the site, hopefully the red arrow top right provides you a better context as to the orientation. This is looking south. These are the veteran oak trees in the far south of the site. This is looking east. You've got the woodland here at the far end of the site. Properties south of Warfield Street further on. This is looking westwards. The garage to be demolished over here, and properties along Old Priory Lane there. And then this is looking, apologies for the skipping round. And just to the north as well, this is Warfield Street just here, and existing properties just around about there. You can see how heavily vegetated it is primarily around the perimeter of the site. So just to zoom in a little bit further to provide you context how it fits into the overall SA9 location, I provided the illustrative layout of development that's been approved to the south. Parcel 1, this area here, hasn't got reserve matters approval yet. That's subject to further consideration, but it just shows how, as part of the comprehensive development, we'd expect this site to adapt, connect into, and consider development around it. So we'd expect it to have due consideration for existing and approved development. Just now going into the site itself. So, as I said, it's within the Area 1 Master Plan. It's located within the Warfield Street South character area. Within it, development would be expected to reflect the village feel of Warfield with substantial green elements and an informal appearance where larger, spacious dwellings would be appropriate. This application comprises 16 dwellings comprising a mix of 1, 3, 4 and 5 bed dwellings, 6 of which would be affordable, 1 being wheelchair accessible. This exceeds the local plan's 35% affordable housing policy requirement. Main access would be achieved off Old Priory Lane to the west here. Further to this, there'll be north and south pedestrian cycle connectivity running through the site, from connecting to the development to the south. And this access, as shown, accords with the Area 1 master plan and is supported by the local highway authority. In terms of dwelling types, most are detached, but there's a terrace and maisonette element. There's a mix of 2 and 2.5 story dwellings. There's 2.5 story, where it's particularly sensitive along the characterful Old Priory Lane frontage. And then it gets more 2.5 the further you get into the site. The massing and scale is considered sympathetic and will be appropriate in this location. The proposed material palette is reflected of the local vernacular, and houses are on generous plots with appropriate separation that will allow for a verdant landscaping scheme comprising trees and hedgerows that are subject to detail, not subject to tonight's decision, but they will contribute towards the proposal's contribution towards biodiversity net gain. Plot 1, there's been several iterations of this development, several iterations to Plot 1 here on Old Priory Lane. We consider it now appropriately addresses both the access road and Old Priory Lane and has a suitably vegetated frontage, bolstered with a state railing. Parking is provided as standard in the form of integrated garages, carports and on-plot parking. The waste and recycling team are satisfied with the bin storage and collection arrangements. And in terms of residential amenity, factoring in building heights and separation distances between proposed and existing dwellings, all separation distances are well in excess of those advised within the design SPD. And further to this, extensive, significant vegetation around the perimeter further provides an element of visual buffering. Therefore, the proposal would not result in an unacceptable impact on residential amenity. In terms of open space required by policy, the development would provide passive open space in the form of ecologically sensitive woodland to the east of the site and also to the south, where the site would integrate, 3 veteran oak trees would be integrated into the open space and the ped cycle link would cut through it. This would also contribute towards the site's BNG in terms of the enhancement of it through additional planting. And appropriate management and maintenance arrangements would be secured by means of a LEMP, a landscape environmental management plan. That would be secured by condition. Just turning now to the drainage of the site. First off, a few sections of the site, just to give you a flavour for the elevations. So this on the left-hand side is the interface with Old Priory Lane. This would be the maisonette and terrace block. There's a visitor parking here. And then the further sections B and along sections B and C, bottom 2, this provides you for development of RAT that defines a turning head in the far south of the site. And you can see there the suitable separation, and this would be where the development cuts through the pedestrian cycle link further south. Now, just moving along to the drainage of the site, there's clay subsoil here, so we've got to be particularly careful when it comes to managing surface water runoff. So the site's drainage strategy has been designed for a 1 in 100-year flood event plus a 40% climate change allowance, and it factors in a 10% allowance for urban creep. Surface water would be collected, attenuated and steadily released at greenfield runoff rates via a ditch line that courses under Warfield Street northwards. As a result, in accordance with the NPPF, the National Planning Policy Framework, the development would not result in an increased flood risk off-site, and the local flood authority is satisfied with this approach. In terms of foul water, sufficient foul water capacity would be secured by condition 40 in the supplementary report. In the event that this application was received a resolution to grant this evening, the following planning obligations would be secured, just consisting of it's not exhaustive. It would deliver 4 affordable dwellings, SBA mitigation in the form of SANG and SAM funding, on and potentially off-site but biodiversity net gain, funding towards the Warfield Memorial Ground and Priory Field open space enhancements, the active open space, and funding towards the Warfield Community Hub. It would also trigger a significant SIL contribution towards borough infrastructure. So to conclude, as set out in the main and supplementary reports, this plan application will deliver housing, including affordable housing, on a site allocated for this purpose. Overall, the proposal is considered to deliver planning policy objectives for the site and would make an important contribution towards Bracknell Forest housing supply. The proposal has undergone several iterations since the original submission, and officers have been consulted and involved in the development of this scheme throughout. The proposal is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the completion of a Section 106 legal agreement and the conditions as set out in Section 11 of the report, as amended by the supplementary report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't want questions for the officer at the moment.
No, it's not a question for the officer.
Okay.
In the interest of transparency, I don't know whether I need to declare an interest, because as a Warfield Parish Councillor, and a councillor that's been involved in a lot of the planning for the Warfield Community Hub, mention has been made of both that and the Memorial Ground, and they're both interests that they're both sites which the Parish Council is very closely involved in, and I'm not quite sure where that leaves me in regards to this application.
We've got. Oh, going to contact the legal officer? Yeah.
I'm sorry, it just crossed my mind when explicit reference was made that
Yeah.
it's probably best just to be very clear up front about that.
Thank you. I'll just hang on.
Through you, Chair.
Yes. Yes, please. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we don't normally give advice on interest during the course of a meeting, but if I may try and assist, as I understand it, the interest of the councillor is just as a parish councillor, that those matters are matters that have been mentioned under the Section 106 agreement, as I understand it. I can't see that there is any particular need for any further disclosure, as the councillor has publicly declared that he is a parish councillor, but parish councillors are allowed usually to determine planning applications on the borough council in the ordinary course of events. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we have various parish and town councillors here, I guess. And we have to at town and parish council level just make comments but don't determine anything, and then the full discussion is had at this level, so we then make up our minds of that. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay. Now may we have our public speakers. We have objector Mr. Alan Lacey. Now, Mr. Lacey, I understand you'll sit there to do your presentation. I need to time you 3 minutes, but I will give you a 20-second warning when it's 20 seconds up, but you're okay to continue till I say stop. Okay. Jamie, would you like to?
I would just like to put, I do have a medical condition, so if I am slightly slow, please excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Start when you're ready.
My name is Alan Lacey. I live in Delphine Cottage, Warfield Street. I've lived in Warfield for nearly 40 years, and our home backs onto the Priory site in question. Whilst I agree more homes are needed, but this should not before certain water problems have been decided and rectified, so we don't have another bridge too far. Over 20 years, the residents travelled up to London and found themselves a waste of time. They built anyway, and all we got out of it was a balancing pond which didn't work. Warfield is known for its springs, ponds and block water courses. Above all, I am sure the South East Water Company dread the call that Warfield/Newell Street is flooded again, and manhole covers lifting, garden properties flooding, with the road becoming a lake, especially in front of Cuckoo Cottage. There needs to be a total overhaul of the road from Warfield to Newell Green. There is a supposed speed limit of 30 mile an hour, which is not monitored, thus it is excessive speeding. There are large holes in the road caused by poor water drainage. We even have to repair the potholes ourselves. Heavy lorries and floodwater break up the surface. We will accept responsibility. Who will accept responsibility and pay if the proposed water plans are inefficient, or will it be left to the residents to do the clearing up again? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very brief and to the point. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of fact of Mr. Lacey, please? Councillor Virgo.
Mr. Lacey, thank you very much for putting your points. Could I just ask, the flooding, is that a regular occurrence? Does it happen quite often?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lacey? No? Thank you, Mr. Lacey.
Is that my 3 minutes up?
Yeah. Thank you. Right. Would you like to switch off the microphone? Thank you. Now, Mr. Lowes, Mr. Jason Lowes, would you like to come up? And similarly, of course, I'll time you when you're ready to start. Yeah. You know how to operate that thing, I suppose. Lovely. Okay, you ready?
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant tonight. The planning application before you has been the result of extensive pre-application discussion with your officers and relevant consultees. The site is allocated for residential use in the local plan, and this development will help deliver the housing that the local authority needs. It will provide levels of affordable housing in excess of borough targets, with larger units maximised as a result of extensive negotiation with housing officers, reflecting the local need that they have identified. The application proposals deliberately deliver a relatively low density of development for two reasons. Firstly, to allow the layout of the development to reflect the site's position to the north of the allocation and to reflect the existing lower density development on Warfield Street and the undeveloped land to the north. Secondly, to allow for the retention and the protection of veteran and other trees on the site, which will provide a buffer around the development, not least the existing area of dense trees to the northeast of the site, adjacent to existing housing, which will be kept. Highway officers, along with other key Bracknell Forest Council stakeholders, have been consulted in detail and at length and have no objection to the proposal, on highway safety or any other grounds. They have confirmed that the access is safe for motorists, pedestrians and other road users. The internal link to this development to the south will be restricted to pedestrians and cyclists, so the only additional vehicles using Old Priory Lane at Salford cul-de-sac will be those in association with the 16 houses within the development. The entire site lies within Flood Zone 1, the area of lowest flood risk, and the local lead flood authority has confirmed that the proposal will not result in an increase in flood risk. All other statutory and technical consultees have confirmed that they have no objection to the proposals, including the Council's Heritage Officer. In summary, your officers have confirmed that the development is entirely in accordance with the development plan, not least the residential allocation covering the site. It will deliver affordable housing at 38% of units, higher than the policy requirement, and half of these will be 3-bedroom units, which we have been advised by the Council there's a particularly pressing need in the borough. The development will contribute towards the Council's of Community Infrastructure Levy and deliver a range of planning benefits as confirmed in the officer's report. As such, it's respectfully requested that members concur with their officer's recommendation and resolve that planning permission be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you pause for a moment to see if any members would like to ask any questions? Any questions, members? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, to what extent did you assess potential flood risk as part of the design process?
Oh, it was a key part of the design process, yes. The LLFA have confirmed that they're happy with the proposals.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo.
Could I just enlarge on what Councillor Smith asked? In what special circumstances has the flood risk been put right? And when we say it's put right, could you explain to the councillors exactly what that means, please?
Forgive me, I'm not an expert in drainage and flood risk, but but the drainage consultant that we had was key to the design process with the architect, and we were told what was required in terms of drainage and SUDs on the site, and we provided it, and the LLFA have looked at it very carefully. They had some initial comments which were very minor and points of clarification really, and they're content that the application won't have any detrimental impact on flood risk in the area.
Okay, I was looking for more information, but I'll ask the officers. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other factual questions of fact, please? Anybody online got a question? No? I think that's it. Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, questions to the officer, please. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't think that Thames Water had responded to the consultation request in this application, and I really do have concerns about the sewage network in the area. Given the recent sewage issues in Osborne Lane, where the pipes appears to have failed in several locations, what measures are in place to ensure this proposed development does not contribute to more flooding issues in the area?
Through you, Chair. So the planning officers, the LLFA, are well aware of interest regarding sewage capacity across the borough, particularly this area. My interest. We did not receive a response from Thames Water, but as a safeguard, we have included a condition as part of any planning permission that would require evidence of there being sufficient sewage capacity to be submitted by the applicant before allowing any occupations of properties. So we didn't get a response, therefore we've proactively put in a safeguard. We have just bolstered it. The condition 40 that appears in the supplementary just it kind of fleshes out a little bit the original one proposed.
Do you have a supplementary?
No further questions.
Thank you. Other councillors? Councillor Virgo? No.
Okay, a few questions. Going back to the sewage that's been raised by the Deputy Chair, could you just explain to the committee, Matt, exactly where we stand with this? Because the committee is very resistant to the fact that Thames Water didn't comment on such an important issue. And therefore, we have to be assured, I have to be assured, members have to be assured that we are safeguarded to the residents that there isn't going to be a problem with sewage. And at the moment, I, like the Vice Chair, are very ambivalent to this. So I wonder if you could just put some more water on the... trying to think of an analogy and I can't. What's your thoughts?
Through you, Chair. I'll try and provide as much clarity as I can. So the fact that Thames Water didn't respond is probably not unusual. It might be a resource issue. They might have even rediverted resources given other pressing issues within the organisation. But the worst thing that would, they could have either come back and said, look, yeah, it's fine, everything hunky-dory, there's sufficient capacity, or they would have said there is insufficient capacity, no occupations until this sufficient capacity is provided. The fact that we didn't get a response from them, we've done belt and braces approach and said that exactly just to safeguard the instance where there was insufficient capacity, the condition requires evidence to be submitted that shows correspondence from Thames Water that provides us with sufficient comfort that sufficient capacity will be in place come occupation. And that's the powers that we have of planning officers, and to the best of my understanding, we can do no more than that.
Thank you. A supplementary.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this till the cows come home here, and maybe the head of planning can help. But my question is this enough to make sure that the residents can be assured that there is going to be no trouble. And at the moment, I'm not assured of that. So the question is I would raise, if anybody else can put some light on this, that the condition, and if we understand that condition, because I did look at it briefly, but I still think it was a little iffy, that there's inference for the developer to actually get plans or some information from Thames Water that they can adequately accept the sewage, the extra sewage from the houses. Question.
There's nothing further that I can add other than the fact that condition 40 in the supplementary is belt and braces, guarantees that prior to occupation there will be sufficient sewage capacity in the area, demonstrated to us by Thames Water, the statutory undertaker.
So can I ask a question myself? Can we be sure that when the sewage leaves the site and goes beyond Osborne Lane on its merry way to the sewage recycling plant or whatever you call it, is there going to be enough capacity all the way so we're not going to get a pipe that bursts on the way now if they follow this? Is it for the wider area, or are we dicing with goodness knows what?
So I'll defer to Assistant Director Champing at the bit.
Through you, Chair. Yes, the wording of the condition, just for background information, it has been drafted as a result of discussions with other local authorities, one local authority specifically, and also officers at Thames Water. And you will see that the revised wording of condition 40 has effectively has three elements. One is that if there is sufficient capacity at present, confirmation can be provided, and then the condition could be discharged. Secondly, if foul water network upgrades are required, that they will be provided and fully accommodate any additional flows. And it also has the potential to require an infrastructure and phasing plan, and that's for the eventuality that there is some, probably wouldn't be appropriate on a small site like this, but on a wider site where there might be some capacity but not sufficient capacity for the whole site, then it would allows the opportunity for a phasing plan to be secured, and that would ensure that there would be no occupation of any new dwellings until we had received Thames Water's assurance that there was sufficient capacity to deal with those additional flows. So that wouldn't just be immediately, but that would be on the network as a whole. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I've forgotten who is first. Shall we do Councillor Collins first, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can I have assurances then that they will also look at the ageing pipes to ensure that they are suitable, not just for capacity, but they're not going to break as they have done in Osborne Lane currently? Is that covered by the condition?
Through you, Chair. I think that's not a matter for the planning application because Thames Water are not a statutory consultee on a planning application, which is the reason that we determine them without necessarily, if we've asked them for their consultation responses and they haven't responded, we don't wait indefinitely because they're not a statutory consultee. Further, it is under the Water Industries Act that the right for connection is made, and therefore we wouldn't, as part of any planning condition, have very specific comments in terms of the nature of the network. We would just receive confirmation that there was sufficient capacity, and that would fulfil the duty under the terms of the planning application.
Do you have a supplementary? No. Councillor Barnard, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to sort of stick to the matter of water and things like that. So, key concern I have, and it occurred to me whilst looking at the properties to streets in the vicinity, I think it's a fair bet that a lot of the housing there might be some confusion, I think I don't know if that's the planning term or not, between whether surface water drainage goes into surface water and whether in fact there's a significant amount of surface water drainage going into foul drainage because of the age and the nature of the houses. And, you know, we've heard in this council chamber before that actually one of the issues with existing developments of this sort and with climate change that you actually sometimes find a local overloading. So that's the context. My question is, when the drainage plans and when all this sewage capacity and other thing has been thought about, has it been viewed from the perspective that the age and the standing of those properties could well be contributing already additional stress to the drainage locally? Because as the resident so eloquently put, it's a fairly soggy part of the world most winters, and in recent years it is very, very damp, and flooding on a large and small scale has been lost. And if you look at the nice colour plan on the previous slide there, we're taking what was a really large area of passive soak-away drainage and actually putting a fair bit of concrete and impermeable surfaces across it. So I'm just trying to get the character and the context, because I recognise absolutely that we're not that Thames Water are not statutory consultee, but it does strike me that housing of that age could be putting additional stress. And as Councillor Collins said earlier, if you then have thumping great lorries and other vehicles going over crushing the pipes, you very quickly have a problem which will make a difficult situation worse. So it's trying to understand whether we're really holistically thinking about the real drainage issues in the areas, not those when everything's neatly segregated. Does that make sense? I know it's a bit of a long question there, but it's really understanding how we came to that sort of estimation, because I think if not, it's pretty unsafe.
Would you like to comment?
There you go, Matt. I'm happy to take that. Just to provide some assurances, because planning officers are learning a lot with regards to water, foul water, as time goes on, and I have spoken extensively to the LLFA, in recent years, and also specifically regarding this evening, and I can assure that foul water and removal of surface water runoff are served by segregator systems. There is no overlap. Surface water would not find its way into, the proposal has been designed as such that surface water runoff would not find its way into the foul water sewer. They are served by two completely separate systems. This turquoise line here would go beneath a culverted, it's a culverted section beneath Warfield Street. Then it would flow into a ditch line that flows north along Cuckoo Cottage. I think it's within the grounds of Cuckoo Cottage just to the north. And I believe the foul sewer goes in a sort of 11 o'clock direction from roughly that position. Something like that. I saw the GIS layer earlier, but as the LLFA was demonstrating to me that the systems are completely segregated. And just in terms of potential contributions for flooding in the area, first off, I did ask the LLFA to brief me in terms of any known flooding hotspots in this area, and she did advise me that there were no recent complaints of flooding in this area along Warfield Street. But also did advise me that given the design of this system, it is going beneath Warfield Street and then onwards north, that there would be no reason for this site to contribute towards, even if there was any pre-existing drainage issues in the area, it would not contribute towards that. Like I said, there is permeable. A lot of the hard standing within the development is permeable. Water is caught and then it is effectively piped, and through controlled flow, hydro brakes and such other technical design, there is then controlled flow onwards to a greenfield runoff rate. So in effect, it might actually it might not build up hopes, it might actually result in a betterment compared to existing runoff rates, because it is done in a controlled manner.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo, do you have?
Could I just follow that question, please, Chair? Because I don't quite get this. Our speaker here says that there's regular flooding in the area. And I don't live too far from this, and I've seen it. If we cover up all this ground, which we are inevitably doing, we put extra groundwater in the system. What I don't get is that we may pipe this groundwater system to somewhere, but surely this will add to the pressure on the already pressure of groundwater that is already seeping on the roads and flooding. If there was an alternative, and they said, well, we will renew all of this where the flooding is, and the developer will pay for that, I would be reassured that that would be better. I am not reassured, and that's my question, I'd like some confirmation, that if you put all this water in, it's got to go somewhere. I'm confused if we're told that there's flooding, that surely there's going to be more flooding, unless there's some magic engineering facility. And I asked that question, Chair, to our other guests here speaking, and we didn't really get technical detail. So I am not assured. So I'd like to be assured. I'd like to leave this knowing that the residents feel that if we did approve this, that they will not be flooded as they are at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Was that a question?
It was, because, I understand what the officer has said, that we're not going to mix foul with land drainage. That's fine, because it's a new housing estate and it shouldn't be. But nevertheless, if you cover all these, this land up, it's going to force more water somewhere else.
So how do we control it? Is the question.
Because also on we saw it as a level.
This? Yeah. Come on, can we please have a bit more technical detail on that?
So I'll try and throw the kitchen sink at this one.
Please. No, that's too much.
Sorry, no, semi-pun intended. But I'm still on. Okay, so if this was just a greenfield site, rain would fall on. There would be a small element of percolation, but given the fact it's clay subsoil, it will generally, I suppose, run off, and it will disperse, and it will go in various directions, generally flowing northwards, and eventually it will be caught by, I think, remnants of a ditch line to the south of Warfield Street, and eventually it would find its way into the culverted section beneath Warfield Street, and then will flow up northwards. The difference here is that where water falls, it is then immediately intercepted, other than back gardens, which would operate as a normal green field. But on hard surfaces, which is your concern, where it falls on hard surfaces, it is then channeled into these attenuation features. It is kept there in significant rainfall events. If it's a normal rainfall event, it might continue on. But in a significant rainfall event, it will be caught, and then by various technical means, including hydro brakes, it then regulates the outflow of this water in a controlled manner to exactly the point under Warfield Street where it would flow in a natural greenfield situation. So it just introduces more control to the capture and then onward distribution of water.
So are we saying that instead of digging more ditches around it, we're actually putting like underground holding features that then regulate the flow outwards?
That's correct.
Thank you. Yes, please. Okay.
Could I just ask then, if I understand this correctly, there is a mechanism, an engineering mechanism of controlling the land water outfall, because when we went on this site on Saturday, it was sloping down quite dramatically, actually, at some point. Then my question is, who looks after the maintenance of that? And when there's flooding, who do you call, please?
Officer.
Future. So there is a condition there that requires the submission of management and maintenance arrangements for the maintenance of the drainage infrastructure on the site. Presumably it would be in the form of a management company. Because whilst there is permeable paving within private boundaries, that because there is limited control over that, the capacity to store water on private properties has not been factored into the drainage modelling as a safeguard. And further to that, like I alluded to, the modelling, the drainage modelling, it's very technical, beyond me, way beyond me, does allow for 40% climate change allowance and a further 10% urban creep, i.e. if someone puts down a patio or something like that extends their patio, it factors in that. So there is an element of safety buffer built into it as well. Hopefully that's it.
Thank you very much. Yes, Assistant Director.
Through you, Chair, just in support of what Matt's just said, I'd just draw members' attention to the fact that one of the requirements of the Section 106 agreement is the SUD's maintenance obligations and a monitoring fee. And that means what we do is we have specific requirements within the Section 106 agreement, and we secure a fee from the developer that allows the local planning authority and the LLFA to inspect it on a regular basis to ensure that it remains in working condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
I would just like to confirm that this means that the surface water drainage is not flowing down to the Plough and Harrow crossroads, which is where a lot of the flooding issues are concerned, but is travelling northwards and away. And where does it end up eventually?
That's correct. It doesn't flow westwards towards the Plough and Harrow crossroads and then onwards to Osborne Lane. It is piped and then it enters a drainage system going directly north from the site. And I don't quite know, but I imagine given its trajectory, it might end up in the cut at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions from the regular members? Visiting members are to be held. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Councillor Harrison, we have to take the regular members of the committee first. Okay. Councillor Virgo, would you like?
Yes, please. Could I just go back to the plan, not about water for a change? Could you tell me what is the distance between, as I look at the plan on the south side, between those four houses, from side to side? What is the actual distance, please?
I can confirm that the distance between the plots, the built form in the southern element, is around about 2.8 metres separation.
As a supplementary, would you say that that doesn't concur with the rest of the houses in Warfield Street?
I don't think it merits like-for-like comparisons as such. Anyone that knows Warfield Street knows that it is it's very there is no regular built form, mostly detached, albeit, but the styles are very different. But, you know, this is, at the end of the day, these are detached, spacious plots, and they do have an appropriate level of separation between them. It's rule of thumb might be around about a 2 metre separation, but even that is just a guide, and often it goes below, and in this case it goes above. So as can be seen from these particular plots here that I think you're referring to, and as can be seen from this, the various degrees of setback, there is absolutely adequate separation between them, and it does not cause me concern at all.
Thank you. We have a councillor online, Councillor Hafferty. Would you like to speak? Sorry, ask a question rather than speak. Councillor Hafferty. We can't hear you. I did say, Councillor Barnard, that actually I'm sorry that we have to take visiting members after the regular members, so just hold your horses, please. Councillor Hafferty, are you able to speak? Is he a member of the committee? Sorry? I can't hear you, Councillor Hafferty. You're... Sorry? Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Dear. Thank
with
you,
respect,
that's enough.
Chair, when we
Okay.
raise these issues, we do so with an element of understanding.
Okay, thank you. Did Councillor Collins have another question? Sorry.
In 9.51, it specifies there's a requirement for a gateway feature on Warfield Street. Can you tell me what form this will take?
Through you, Chair. Andy Wells, Highways. The intended design of that gateway feature is predominantly roundels, painted speed limit signs on the road, and an associated upright repeater sign. In recent weeks, there have also been temporary illuminated signs on Warfield Street in that area that actually highlight that 30 mile an hour speed limit. But I understand those are temporary, and this would provide a more permanent form.
Through you, Chair.
Supplementary.
Just to say, so that is effectively an attempt to limit speed on Warfield Street, which the traffic does travel quicker than 30 miles an hour along there.
Through you, Chair, the roundels and repeater signs are there to remind members of the public of the 30 mile an hour speed limit through that section, to try to encourage them to obey the speed limit through that section.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the regular members of the committee? One more from Councillor Collins. Okay, we'll
Sorry.
move swiftly on and after a minute.
I noticed the implementation of chain link fencing and planting rather than close board fencing around the development. Who will maintain that, and how will we ensure that when new residents move into these properties, they don't immediately replace them with close board fencing?
Through you, Chair. So first and foremost, if it's in private ownership outside the scope of a management company, it will be the responsibility of the homeowner to maintain it. And there is a condition. There is a condition in there somewhere that requires the provision of the boundary treatment and for it to be retained as such, and any replacement should be like for like. It's condition 6.
Thank you very much.
Just a quick supplementary, and that will follow for the fence along Warfield Street too.
That is correct.
Thank you. Now may we take visiting members' questions? Councillor Harrison, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I have been waiting patiently, but I understand you have to take members of the committee first, so I have no complaints about that. It has enabled me to listen to what people have to say, and there have been a lot of questions here about drainage. I've got one or two more to add, and a couple of other ones. But my first question is really, when it comes to the Planning Committee and to these sort of reports, can we please actually have the details of the drainage plans available in front of the committee members so that they can look at them, judge them for themselves, and not necessarily then create an awful lot of questions that could have been answered if we had the information. I'll leave that for you to deal with the officers after the meeting and ask if we can get that detail.
The committee will no doubt discuss that.
I think it would be helpful, thank you. The other thing that occurs to me, as a local highways authority, as well as a planning authority, do we not, we have quite a lot of road closures in the northern parishes that are caused by flooding on a regular basis, and I'm wondering why these issues are not communicated to the LLFA, which Mr. Lunn has told us they seem to be unaware of. Is there not a case that we could actually put that in place, and therefore the LLFA could comment with a bit more local information about what's going on? Is there any case where the LLFA has ever actually objected to any drainage plans in a planning application? I can well understand that maybe our excellent planning officers do steer applicants in the direction of providing all the information that is needed to the LLFA to make that decision. But it would be useful if we could see it.
Thank you. Just
Do
shall
they
we get
have?
them to
Does the
answer those?
if I give all the questions,
Okay.
then they come together. Is there capacity in the LLFA to look at these things properly, or is it like Thames Water that not everything gets looked at? And the final thing is, I know that we've put in a 40% sort of allowance in terms of attenuation, swales and ditches and so on for potential climate change, but there is, and I'm very familiar with engineering systems because of my background, there can be a case where actually something can gradually increase and then you get to a tipping point where things rapidly get worse. And we've seen that with flooding in Valencia and other places where suddenly our systems are overwhelmed. They reach 100% capacity, then a problem happens all of a sudden. So can we take that into account? And as a local highways authority, are we able to ask for contributions from developers to actually improve the ditches and pipes to protect our highways from the additional runoff from developments, because it does produce an additional runoff even if there's that attenuation.
Thank you. Have you got a list of those? Can you remember them?
I took some notes, but you'll have to forgive me and remind me if I've missed anything.
Thank you.
Just in terms of the procedure for reporting complaints and ensuring that the LFA are aware of them, they are the natural responsible body who would be informed of any complaints. My question to the LLFA in advance of this meeting was specifically regards to this particular area of Warfield Street, where I was told there was no recent complaints received. I am aware of other flooding hotspots along Warfield Street to the north of Maze Lane, where there's been recent upgrades, and also, Three-Legged Cross and Osborne Lane. The question was specifically about this area, and I was told that there were no recent complaints. But I was also, off the back of that conversation, was reminded that there is a formal complaints, telling us procedure on the council's website, and the LLFA would be informed of any such occurrences. In terms of is it customary for the LLFA to refuse to allow any applications to go through that didn't meet the requirements? The MPPF is quite robust in this respect. And local plan policy has to reflect that, in that, and particularly in Warfield, where there is such poor percolation, we would not, and I cannot see there ever being a situation where the LLFA would accept a scheme that would result in increased flood risk elsewhere. That would be against national policy, and it would be against reflective local policy. So I can't see a situation where that might happen. In terms of the resource issue, would it be like Thames Water? Would it be a light touch approach? My experience with the LFA is that they are very technically minded, very capable, and they give it appropriate due care and attention. They do their due diligence. Where in instances where there has been a resource issue, we can resort to the consultants to assist us, and we have done that in the past, and that sometimes it is the case wherever we need to validate modelling that is submitted by the applicant, because that's a particular technical field. It requires a level of expertise that sometimes does require a consultant support. In terms of contributions, off-site contributions, we have seen at two instances recently in Warfield where the LFA has specifically asked for an off-site contribution, and where appropriate to do so, we have gone to the applicant and we have sought their support in this. often it's simply because the LFA does not have a budget to deliver the improvements required, and it might fall outside of the remit of the developer. However, developers are well aware of flooding issues in this area. They do not want the negative PR and ruffling the feathers of locals in being seen to contribute towards them. So where appropriate, and if the LLFA do identify instances where there might be a budget shortfall and a developer could reasonably link to any potential increased flood risk, we would seek those off-site contributions. But in this instance, the LFA has not raised any such issue. So we are not seeking off-site contributions from this particular developer. As far as we're concerned, the developer is washing its own face for surface water runoff. I think that was it.
Thank you. Was that it? Thank you very much. Yep. Councillor Hapergy now?
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear
Oh, brilliant. Okay, thank you. I'm taking back to biodiversity and particularly newts. I see mentions made that great crested newts are unlikely to be currently present, but not that they're definitely not there. These newts are a protected species and historically have been found in the ponds that's less than 100, maybe 50 metres or so to the southeast of the site. I'm just wondering, are suitable conditions in place for contractors to recognise and look out for great crested newts, and statutory actions to be carried out should they be found during development? We've seen this sort of condition in other applications historically where newts may be present. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Officer.
So I'm well aware there have historically been great crested newts detected in the area. In terms of appropriate mitigation, safeguards mitigations, I know that the construction environment management plan that would be secured would require an element of biodiversity mitigation in there. Obviously, there is separate legislation that would cover any disturbance of protected species, but planning has a habit of doing a belt and braces of approach and repeating such legislation, the requirements that we put in conditions. And so the construction environment management plan would provide an element of safeguarding during the construction. And there is a condition 36 that says that if more than 2 years have elapsed since the previous protected species surveys, updated surveys would be required alongside revised mitigation measures would need to be submitted to us for our approval, and then the development would have to be constructed and sufficient mitigation would be put in place as appropriate.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions. So now falls to me to propose the recommendation at page, oh goodness, 83 in the report, with the amendment to the recommendation on page 4 of the supplementary report. Is that seconded, please? Councillor
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you. Do you want to speak now or hold till later? Reserve, yeah. Okay. Who would like to speak on this, please, first? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I very much appreciate that development in these locations is often unpopular with existing residents, and I'm quite sympathetic to their frustrations. I think, like much of the SO9 allocation, this is currently quite a nice green area that unfortunately would be lost to development in this case. But we obviously do need to acknowledge that the council is obliged to allocate sites in line with the government mandated house building targets, and the principle of development on this site is quite well established in the local plan. Within that context, I think the proposals which are for us are actually quite sensitive and appropriate use for the site. I want to speak particularly to the two issues that we particularly focused on in the questions, being sewage and flooding. Firstly, on sewage, I very much want to commend my colleague Councillor Virgo for his determination to hold Thames Water to account. I think it's very welcome that this committee continues our efforts to scrutinise applications on this matter, which is extremely important to our residents. And it's very frustrating, actually, that Thames Water are not obligated to respond to these, and we have these situations where we don't have responses from Thames Water. It's obviously not directly within the purview of this committee, but it is perhaps an area that I might suggest members might wish to raise with our MP. You know, we could solve some of these problems if we simply made them statutory consultees and placed a legal obligation on them to actually have to respond to these things, so we're not in these situations. I will note that further to the recent overview and scrutiny report on Thames Water and sewage dumping, it's actually very promising to see officers, I think, tightening up the language on conditions, and particularly the amended Condition 40, which I think is probably one of the most rigorous sets of planning conditions and wordings we've seen on an application yet with regards to this. So I thank the officers for taking that very seriously. On the matter of flooding, I think it's important to acknowledge this is a really complex technical area, and it's not always intuitive and easy to understand for a non-specialist. Obviously, this is an area that we know has existing flooding issues, and it's not usually the responsibility of a new development to better the situation on existing land. It's simply to make sure it doesn't make it worse, and to demonstrate that they're doing so. And I think in that respect, my view is that we've got to defer to the expert advice of the LLFA. I thank the officer for the relatively detailed responses with regards to that today. It's quite clear that the LLFA, who are the experts employed on behalf of the council to assess this, are satisfied with the proposed drainage strategy. So whilst I do again sympathise with the neighbouring residents who have concerns about this, I have to take that expert advice that what's proposed does sufficiently mitigate the risk of additional flooding on the adjacent land. For that reason, I can't see any particular reason to object to this application, Chair, so I will be supporting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barnard first, please.
Thank you very much. So I think the first thing to acknowledge is that this is a very challenging and difficult site when it was allocated in the first place, because right from the start it was felt that this would have a material impact on the street scene and the whole environment there. But I think, you know, the first point is it's an allocated site. However, I think one of the things that I'm looking to hear from, Chair, from you and others in terms of pulling this together is that we've heard very eloquently from a local resident who actually has commented, I think, with conviction, knowledge and understanding over many years of the surface water flooding and general sogginess. I'm not quite sure what the technical expression is on that part and around Warfield Street. And I would also at this point commend our officer, for Matt Lunn, for his fantastic answers tonight. I think, he has produced that as much information as he can, but it's not actually necessarily that easy to take it any further, because I think Councillor Harrison asked, we haven't got the information in front of us. So I think we're left in a very difficult situation here, where we have an allocated site. Actually, the houses themselves don't look too bad, they're sort of kind of fitting with other similar developments you've seen elsewhere in Warfield. But what has come out of the conversation tonight is, and I think, Councillor Hafferty referenced this, issues around reassurance on the biodiversity and supporting and newt ponds and habitats and things like this on the one hand. And I think on the other, the difficult bit is, I think the concern doesn't necessarily relate to how we handle and treat and look after both foul water and surface water on site, but the risk to the surrounding area, both in terms of the impact on the existing somewhat dated and aged infrastructure there in terms of coping with this water, as we've seen elsewhere. Also, I think the traffic movements as well. These are pretty substantial houses, and I was mentally thinking 3 houses, 3 cars per house in an area which isn't massively served by public transport. The additional traffic movements there and the impact that will put on there. So it's really just I think hearing from other members of the committee and summing up how we can be confident as councillors, faced with the statutory and understanding that this is a house of development, whether actually we feel as this is a full application, that those necessary hurdles have all been reached in terms of the confidence we have around the precise nature and style of the housing that's due to be delivered there. And I think, the impact on the amenity of existing residents is really key in this.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo. Oh, I beg your pardon. It was Councillor Naz Zahiruddin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the officer for the report, and I particularly liked the red arrows pointing in the pictures. It really gave a nice view of directional. Really appreciate that. And also for answering many questions around surface water drainage concern, and I do agree with my colleagues. It's not an easy subject, and I think we should thank you for that. One of the repeated concerns with the developments in Warfield is regular excess surface water drainage. We all know that. We have been hearing this for many times in many applications now. On paper, we can see in this application, LLFA hasn't raised any concern, but the reality is different. So, whilst I understand investigation of root cause of the current flooding issues is not part of this application. However, as a local authority, it is a fair expectation from residents that we do investigate these issues and give that assurance before any further developments are carried out. This is one of the things we keep repeatedly hearing, and I think it's only fair for us to propose such investigation into why this is happening. If not already done, I would also encourage residents to raise this issue formally, as it does help as a record that these issues have been raised, and it's been looked by enable officers within our council and investigated, as there is quite possible same symptom can have different root causes possibly. That happens often. So it's important to understand what actually is causing the problems. It's important to get to the bottom of the root cause to be able to give that assurance on whether is it the new developments that's going to cause the problem, or is there an existing problem that's going to make it even worse with those symptoms. So I do empathize with residents and going through these difficulties. I can see. I drive through those roads. I know that area. However, I cannot see an appeal-proof strong hook that we can hold on to be able to reject this proposal, unfortunately. So therefore, I'll be voting in favor of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zahiruddin. Was that Councillor Virgo?
It is, yes, please. I'd just like to really go on a few points here. I think, first of all, I'd like to thank Matt Lund for what he answered regarding water management. It's not his job as an officer, and I do think it's important, Chairman, in these cases to have someone from SUDS here, because if we don't have someone who knows exactly the layout, the outfall, where it's going, we cannot really be assured, frankly, that it will work. And I think Councillor Smith put the point very eloquently, frankly. We can't improve the whole area. That's absolutely right, because we're looking at one application, so it would be unfair to say that. But, and there's a very big but here, Chairman, what we absolutely need to understand is whether this development will have an adverse effect on what is already a problem. And that's the crucial bit of this. Now, I have to say, there are lots of matters here that I still find slightly worrying. I'm not convinced about the land drainage. I have to tell you that, Chairman, even though I've heard lots of answers for it. I'm not convinced by it until I see plans. Councillor Harrison made a very good point that, in these matters where there is flooding in the area, we've got to see some plans. We're not stupid people, but we want to see some engineering plans that we can be assured will work. The flow of water, where it's going, how do we control the flow of water, etc., etc. Let's get back to sewage. Yes, you're absolutely right. I have pushed sewage in this council for a long time. I use the pseudonym because we have a new regime, so I don't mean that to be taken wrongly. But on a serious point here, we need to be assured that the Thames Water is how can I put this nicely? I don't think I can. Is a dreadful company. I don't mind standing up and saying
No,
that.
come on, let's have some comments on this.
And I am trying to,
application,
Chairman.
please. Yeah, but you don't need
I
all
can
that,
say what I
thank
like,
you.
I think.
You
I think it's a
can,
dreadful
but
company.
do
And
we
at the
short
end of the
time?
day, if we asked as an authority, they should come back and give us a reply. They haven't. And when just to tell you, Chairman, and I know some other councillors did, we went to the sewage disposal plant, not very far from where this site is. And the chief of the sewage area, who's an extremely good guy and looks after it extremely well, said we cannot possibly reply to every application because we haven't got the officers. So what does that tell you? So I am, let me finish, please. So we are still concerned about the sewage levels, even though we've got a better, and I thank assistant planning there, I thank them for the extra phrases and the extra conditions that were in place. And I thank them too for their time pushing this with West Oxfordshire, because I think we're getting somewhere with this. So I'd like to thank this council very much for doing that and giving assurance. But there are still lots of little issues here that I find a little bit worrying. And, you know, in essence, if I may say one thing, it is ridiculous that the which my learned colleague at the back here, the LLFA say there's no flooding problem, and yet we know from the residents there is a flooding problem. There's something wrong with those two things, Chairman. And if we're not taking the real information on the ground when we consider the planning application, there is something wrong. So, for all those matters, I don't think I can support this until I'm absolutely assured that all this has been remedied. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers, please. Would you like to? Yeah. Councillor Collins.
Thank you. We already know this site was allocated in 2013 in the SALP. So in that respect, I don't think we can refuse. I believe it's been sympathetically designed. It's quite reminiscent of Abbey Place, which is further along Warfield, well, near the Plough and Harrow on the western side. It is largely hidden from view, so I don't think there are any street scene issues from Warfield Street or Priory Lane. Many trees have been retained on site, which I'm very pleased to see. And there is no formal access to the retained woodland at the northeast corner of the site, which will provide some privacy and security for existing residents along Warfield Street. There will be no occupation until sufficient capacity and quality of sewage network is proved through condition. And I'm pleased to see that no surface water will be entering the sewage system. I have actually spoken to the local lead flood authority about this application, and any councillor can do that. I'm sure the reports are posted up on the planning register, so any of us can look at them. They're probably too technical for me to look at, so I would suggest that councillors may do as I do and speak to the officers if they have any concerns. Talking about flooding in the street, I am aware of flooding at the Plough and Harrow crossroads and also behind Warfield Garage, as well as the issues down Osborne Lane. The local lead flood authority are also aware of these issues, but if there are any more issues, then please report them. I can't see any reasons why we shouldn't approve this application, because I believe we will still continue to move on and look at the sewage issues, and the development will not be occupied until those issues are resolved.
Thank you. Others to speak? Then it falls to me to have the last word. Thank you. I have to say that Councillor Collins has been really hot on the case with the drainage and the sewage stuff, and has questioned things closely, and I've put my oar in here and there, and there are very robust conditions stated in the supplementary report that we can be fairly blooming certain, because LLFA are the experts, not me and you, that those things are covered, and that it's quite likely there would be a betterment to the local flooding because of what is being done in this case, in this application. You can also be reassured that we are pursuing Thames Water. We've had talks with the relevant councillors and officers about what's happening. We are all very concerned, and what has been done here is a robust answer for the moment, but we need to continue. As you know, the networks around the town are pretty ancient, and we do need some support to make sure they're secure and safe. We do not want to spread diseases because of this sort of horrific matter that can develop. Deal with promise. I think that, yes, we're on the case with the wide drainage and sewage problems here. We know about all the developments coming up, and we can press in some very firm ways, because we have all this going on, and it's a pressing matter that Thames Water should get going. I won't be rude. Get going and fix the problems, because we can't allow that to happen, especially in a place as sensitive as Warfield. I had a look at the wildlife stuff too, and I'm happy that there are provisions like gaps in fencing to let wildlife through, like the hedgehogs and badgers, and so on. So whilst I'm unhappy about having to use this sort of area, it is put forward for housing, the application has been made, and this is a very nice looking development, and we're preserving as many trees as can be preserved, because we're not using the gateway onto the Warfield Road, which would need widening, and we'd have to chop a load of trees down. So I think the officers have done the very best they can with this site on all fronts, and I recommend approval. So can I take a vote, please? All those in favour of?
That's seven in favour, Chair.
Thank you. Those against?
That's 2 against.
Any abstentions?
And no abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Those members of the public who are staying for this application, if you would like to leave now, that would be a good moment. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance and your concern. Oh, yes. Can we adjourn for 5 minutes, please? Now live again. So can we go on to item number 7, please? Land west of Maze Lane, Moorfield. We have Jess, the officer.
Can everyone see that?
Oh,
Yep.
yes. Thank
Yep.
you.
Hiya, thank you, Chairman. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jessica Taylor. I'm a Senior Planning Officer in the Strategic Sites team. I'm going to present the Reserved Matters application 22-00787, which relates to layout, scale, appearance and landscaping in respect to the erection of 12 dwellings on land known as Parcel 1, pursuant to outline planning permission 20-00214 out. I just want to clarify that the supplementary report completed yesterday updates relevant figures and plans in the main report, as the annotation on the landscaping plan was amended at the request of myself. The changes are not material but simply clarify the landscaping proposals for the benefit of committee members and of the public. The site is within the strategic allocation of Warfield, and it was formally allocated through policy SA9 of the Site Allocations Local Plan in 2013. The outline planning permission to which this Reserved Matters application relates was approved in October 2021 for the development of up to 305 dwellings, a primary school and associated infrastructure, with all matters reserved except for the means of access. Details of access and a set of parameter and strategy plans relating to development principles were approved. It should be noted that the established development principles within them are not the subject of this evening's decision. Reserved Matters applications are required to be in general accordance with these approved plans. Other matters, such as detailed drainage design, landscaping and environmental management plans, are matters of detail that are secured by condition attached to the outline planning permission and are the subject of separate applications. The dwelling mix for this phase comprises of 5 3-bedroom and 7 4-bedroom houses. Of these dwellings, 1 4-bedroom house and 2 3-bedroom houses are secured as affordable dwellings. The scheme has been amended to address officer concerns related to the impact on the character of the area, the amenity of neighbouring properties, landscaping and highway safety. These amendments have included changes to the size and design of dwellings and development layout. And just point out, it's this parcel up here at the top of Maze Lane, which is labelled in blue. Okay. So this is the site just off the west of Maze Lane, and to the south is the Hedge Lane Bridleway. The western boundary is private land here, which isn't part of the outline application, but it is within the Warfield allocation. To the north, the site has a boundary with the existing rear gardens of properties along Warfield Street. This is a view from Hedge Lane Bridleway. The site is where the arrow points. This is the site looking west from Maze Lane. This is looking northwest from inside the site to adjoining land. And this is looking northeast, the view of the ash tree in front of Chain Cottages in front of, from inside the site. The site would be accessed from Maze Lane to the east by means of a new by the means of a new T-junction. Maze Lane will be stopped up north of the access to prevent vehicular access through to Warfield Street. A turning head to the north of a vehicular restriction is being delivered as part of the 278 works as we speak. At the end of the access road, south of the proposed spots 11 and 12, a route is safeguarded for access to future development to the west of the site. This is in accordance with the access and movement strategy as shown. Access has been provided in general accordance with the outline, access and movement strategy, following consultation with the highways officer and extensive amendments. Detailed design of access, internal roads, parking and turning areas are considered satisfactory. The approved density parameter plan indicates lower densities to the north of the outline application. And the initial submission showed 17 dwellings on the site at a density of approximately 30 dwellings per hectare. However, the layout and relationship of dwellings with Maze Lane and existing dwellings was not considered appropriate, and it was evident that a lower density was required in this area. The revised submission provides approximately 21 dwellings per hectare. I note there is 12 dwellings on the site, but we measure it per hectare, which is significantly less than the indicated 35 dwelling per hectare approved as part of the outline planning consent. In terms of building height, all of the dwellings are two-storey, with building heights limited to 7.7 ridge heights for plots with rear gardens along the northern boundary, backing onto existing Warfield Street properties. Further south within the site, as the natural levels slope towards Hedge Lane, heights are increased slightly with the introduction of different dwelling designs to increase variation and interest in built form. The dwellings proposed in the southern half of the site have a maximum ridge height of 8.7 metres. These heights are significantly lower than the suggested maximum of 10.5 metre ridge heights on the approved building height parameter plan. As an example, this is plot 6's elevation. Inappropriate use of height and distribution of development across the site was raised as an issue during consideration of the earlier submission. For example, the dwelling initially proposed in place of plot 6 had a maximum ridge height of 9.5 metres. This is now 7.75 metres at the highest point, sloping down to an eaves height of 4 metres on the rear elevation. The design and access statement and parameter and strategy plans that were approved as part of the outline consent set out design principles to guide reserve matters application. The design and access statement shows that the built element of this reserve matters application site sits within Warfield Street South character area, which could be described as informal and semi-rural, consisting of detached and semi-detached houses with long gardens and generous setbacks. Hedge Lane, the bridleway, should be retained as a semi-rural lane and form part of the east to west greenway. Section 5 of the approved design access statement sets out layout and appearance principles, which include the key frontage principles for Maze Lane, the relationship between existing and proposed dwellings along the northern boundary, key route principles for Hedge Lane, and an indicative palette of primary and second materials. I think we might have crashed. Apologies, let's just do that again. See if we're working now. It's not moving on. Oh, but the wrong way. Okay. Yep, we've unfrozen. Apologies about that. We'll move on. The open space plan approved as part of the outline consent shows a depth of structural planting and row verge required between the hard surfacing of Maze Lane and built form. The proposed structural verge alongside Maze Lane varies in depth from 8 metres to 11 metres, and the built form is set back by landscaping at the front of dwellings, which you can see here and here. This provides further separation between the front elevation of dwellings and Maze Lane itself. The Green Infrastructure and Landscape Strategy Plan, approved as part of the outline consent, details the appropriate landscaping options along the Maze Lane frontage. The proposed landscaping plan for this site shows new hedgerow planting within the site boundary, with field maple, hazel and hawthorn and interspersed tree planting with species including English oak along Maze Lane. This is considered acceptable and reflective of the parameter plans, approved design and access statement and the Area 1 master plan. Plots 1 and 2 here and plots 4 provide the interface with Maze Lane. Plot 4 has a side-on relationship with Maze Lane and is located adjacent to the approved turning head. It was concluded that more dwellings fronting onto Maze Lane, as indicated in the indicative layout, would push built form closer to the rear of properties along Warfield Street. An alternative arrangement was therefore considered to appropriately address this relationship. The ridge height for plot 4 is 7.7 metres. This is similar to Elder Cottage, taking into account the natural levels, which increase going further south down Maze Lane towards plot 4. Elder Cottage measures 8.4 metres to ridge height from floor level. The topographical survey and proposed finished floor levels have been compared, and it is not proposed that the site will be built up. The finished floor levels and existing levels are the same. The design principles for the character area state that the built form fronting Maze Lane should be organic, with detached or semi-detached dwellings, and features such as chimneys, tile hanging and weatherboarding, variation in roof type, and materials that echo the local vernacular. Plots 1 and 2 have a maximum ridge height of 8.4 metre, but the height of the ridge at the front elevation is only 7.4 metres. The lower height on the frontage reduces the impact on Maze Lane, and the variation in roofline, together with setback and landscaping proposed, helps to ensure new dwellings do not have an overbearing impact on Maze Lane and will protect the rural village feel in the area. Exact materials will be determined by condition. However, the coloured elevations, as you can see, show red brick with brick detailing at first floor level. Clay roof tiles are specified with the use of gabled dormers and chimneys, as well as brick lintels, which give a real rural feel to the dwellings. The hedge lane boundary. The south of the site forms a boundary with the hedge lane bridleway. The landscaping plan shows a 5 metre deep landscape buffer comprising of native hedgerow and tree planting. The Warfield Street South Character Area principles just state that trees, hedgerows and shrub planting on both sides of Hedge Lane should be retained and added to where appropriate. Unfortunately, the trees and scrub to the north of Hedge Lane and south of the site are in poor condition. That's just the north of Hedge Lane, not the south of Hedge Lane. The trees, which are osier, are in declining condition and are not considered worthy of retention. It has been advised that the proposed new mixed hedgerow and native tree planting would have the best chance of success if these trees and brambles were removed. It is considered that the layout achieves the key objective of protecting the rural character of Hedge Lane and providing reinforcement of landscaping between the built form and the bridleway. Plots number 4 to 9, the front elevations of which you can see here, back onto the rear gardens of dwellings on Warfield Street. The approved design and access statement sets out the layout and appearance principles regarding the relationship between existing and proposed dwellings on the northern boundary. It is recognised that this is a sensitive location to proposed development, and the layout and design of each dwelling has been carefully considered. The approved design and access statement states that properties along the northern boundary should be set back an appropriate distance with retention of existing vegetation supplemented with additional beech hedging. The boundary between existing properties south of Warfield Street and the proposed sites does benefit from some existing vegetation and planting, but the landscaping proposals show a landscape buffer separated from residential amenity space by a post and rail fence, which is marked here with a red hyphenated line. A 2 metre closed board boundary fence is provided to the rear of the landscaping buffer, marked in purple. The landscaping buffer varies in depth from 3 to 4 metres. To the south, closest to the new residential gardens, is a line of native shrub planting, and to the north, closest to existing dwellings, is a new beech hedge interspersed with trees such as alder, rowan, hawthorn and cherry. The applicant has updated the landscaping plans to show that planting will be on the south side of the level change at the end of the new gardens. This is what the supplementary report addressed. Significant thought and detail has been put into the landscaping proposals. The scheme has been revised to further improve these, and the result is considered to protect the amenity of both existing and proposed residents. The retention and maintenance of the landscaping is secured by a LEMP condition, which is on the outline consent. Rear gardens are generous in size and reflect the size of the dwellings. In the northeast of the site, which is considered the most sensitive, the separation between proposed dwellings and built form is 28.6 metres. That is from the rear of plot 5 to 2 chain cottages, and that's at first floor level, and 31 metres between the rear of plot 4 and 1 chain cottages. All back-to-back distances exceed the recommended 22 metres in the design SPD. The applicant was encouraged to retain the ash tree shown in the garden of plot 5. Concerns have been raised that this would have an overshadowing effect on the proposed dwelling, and the retention would lead to a pressure to prune. The retention of the ash tree is considered a positive improvement and will contribute to the character of the area, as well as being a visual buffer between existing and proposed dwellings. In response to the objection, the health of any ash tree cannot be guaranteed whether it is pruned or not, and the tree officer has confirmed this again today. The retention, with pruning, is seen as a significant improvement on the removal. The tree officer has confirmed that the proposed pruning in the arboricultural statement is minor and only taken from branches to the south side of the tree. The ash tree will not cause overshadowing because it is to the north of the proposed dwellings. The ash tree may cause overshadowing in the gardens of existing properties, but this has not been raised as a concern, nor would it justify removal. Affordable housing. 3 dwellings are proposed as affordable housing on plots 10, 11 and 12. 1 4-bedroom detached and 2 3-bedroom semi-detached houses. This meets the 25% requirement required by the outline consent. The size of the proposed dwellings reflect the other dwellings in the proposal, and the design is not distinguishable from the market dwellings. The exact tenure mix will be agreed through submission of information required as part of the obligations within the Section 106 agreement attached to the outline consent. The drainage strategy for the site was approved as part of the outline consent. Drainage information was provided to demonstrate that the layout would not prejudice the delivery of an acceptable drainage scheme. The council's drainage officer, also known as the LLFA, was consulted, and subject to the imposition of conditions, is satisfied that the scheme is acceptable and will not increase the risk of flooding on the site or elsewhere. It should be noted that pre-commencement conditions 28 and 29 of the outline consent, which require information on the proposed drainage systems and detailed drainage strategy, including on and off-site works, are not to be considered tonight, but are considered through the submission of separate conditions discharge application. All consultees listed in my report either do not object or recommend approval subject to conditions. Overall, the proposed scale, layout and landscaping is considered to be in general accordance with the design principles forming the outline permission. Therefore, the application is recommended for conditional approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we have some changes that are shown in the supplementary report from page 3, including some diagrams to make things clearer, and conditions within the recommendation. So that's quite an extensive change too. So questions for the officer, please. Councillor Barnard.
Just to go to a theme that we've rehearsed earlier on this evening, the topography of the site means that I think there's a not insignificant issue that, as well as some water draining towards Hedge Lane, I think I have some concerns about water going the other way, and I'd just be interested to understand on the treatment to the north of the dwellings, that's the one that backs onto Warfield Street, what has been undertaken there to mitigate and minimise the risk of any surface water flooding there. The reason I ask that is because, as has been referenced earlier, development works elsewhere there has put pressure on properties that back onto Warfield Street further down. So just interested in issues around surface water there. And I say that in the context, it's quite new, but even after work's been conducted, Maze Lane has been very wet so far this autumn, even with the new drainage ditches there, and just really trying to understand what's happening around Hedge Lane, which was quite wet beforehand. Thank you.
Please.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. So the levels on this site actually fall north towards Warfield Street and east towards Maze Lane. So the drainage strategy that was approved as part of the outline consent looks to attenuate as much water from the hard surfaces as possible, and therefore everything from the rear elevation and hard landscaping around plots 4 to 9, which are here, are taken round to the front of dwellings through guttering and falls on the hard landscaping, and attenuated in appropriate systems. The exact system is yet to be determined. That's through the conditions, and again the permeable attenuation systems under here, and they take things to Maze Lane through a controlled outflow by the way of a hydro break. As you, I'm sure, have seen, Councillor Barnard, there's been works already to clear the ditch along Maze Lane, which should improve things, and there's going to be further works. There's actually a condition on the outline consent which deals with the works to the Maze Lane ditch and reprofiling of that. So I think if you've got any specific inquiries to do with the Maze Lane ditch, as I've said, this is kind of to do with the appearance of the dwellings and the landscaping and the layout. So those questions should be directed to the LLFA, and I'm sure they will talk to you about the conditions and anything that comes in to discharge those.
A supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. So, totally take that in terms of the surface water drainage from guttering from the houses and things like that. If you look at the way the houses are set out, I think there's understandably scope for the properties to the north of the site to sort of put patios and other sort of recreational facilities there. I'm trying to understand what would then happen to any water that falls onto those hard surfaces to the north of the properties, and what that would do as it drains north towards Warfield Street, and what mechanisms exist in those back gardens that are shown, the sort of a green level there. Because going back to what Matt Lund said earlier, of course, that clay permeability and things is a bit of an issue in Warfield, full stop, and certainly if there's been development and what that means for the garden. So where that water will go to sort of give some reassurance to residents to the north of that development that they're not going to find increased pressure on their back gardens. So I couldn't see evidence of ditches and things, but I'm, to the back of that site because you can't get to it. So, just any thoughts on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So to start with, obviously the amount of rainfall on those gardens will be exactly the same amount of rainfall as on that part of the site as present. And as we've said, everything on hard surfacing and the roofs, etc., comes round to the front of the site. So they will definitely not see any worsening and should see a betterment. To deal with any hard landscaping, well, firstly, the drainage strategy has to account for 10% urban creep, which would be, consider any permitted development rights. But as Matt suggested earlier, and as we've been talking about the belt and braces approach, through the supplementary we've added a condition number 19 which removes permitted development rights to add any hard landscaping. So therefore those dwellings would not be able to increase or add or put in any sort of paving, patio, decking, etc., whether it's permeable or not. They will not be allowed to do that without making a full planning application.
Thank you very much. Further questions, please? Councillor Virgo first, please.
Jessica, could I ask, I'm just interested in Maze Lane, because I know we talked about that. We talked about the hedging, didn't we, about that? But is there going to be lighting along Maze Lane as a matter of interest? And if that, you may not know that, but if we look at the site itself, could that not be lit more sympathetically in low lighting rather than our standard horrible columns?
Councillor, for you, Chair. Councillor Virgo, this just deals with the scale, appearance, layout of internal site. However, James Turner is here and dealt with the Section 278 application and stuff for the outline consent, so I'll refer that to him if that's okay, Chair.
I am here, yes. Thank you, Chair. James Turner, Highways. In relation to Maze Lane, and as set out in the beginning of the report, this site is part of a wider outline permission. Improvements to Maze Lane that you may well have seen are being underway currently, that have been undertaken by Taylor Wimpey, are underway for improvements along there, and lighting was considered at that time. We are currently awaiting a lighting design for Maze Lane itself. We haven't received that as yet, so we are still in discussions around the lighting of Maze Lane. For the site itself, we are discussing that the main road into the site would be adopted. The extent of any lighting I don't have at present, but I note your comment around the type of lighting, and I know we've had previous discussions around lighting and how it appears, but at present we don't have that information to hand. But if it follows the principles of lighting that the authority adopts, then it at present will follow the principle of galvanised lighting that we meet to our standards. But I don't have the ability to tell you how many lighting columns there actually would be on that section of road. We're only seeking to adopt, just to be clear, the trying to make my microphone not move away from the picture, but if Jessica would just zoom in on the left-hand side, we are not seeking to adopt the road effectively that serves the plots you've been discussing that back onto to Warfield Street. That area would be private. It is essentially the main road that would lead into the site and to the boundary on the western side, and the turning head area to the north of that. So obviously lighting within that area will be considered in connection with any lighting on Maze Lane itself at that point, and it would not be overly lit. It would be lit adequately to the standards. It's not a particularly long extent of road, so I would not see significant amounts of adoptable lighting. In terms of the private area, then obviously if there are any conditions relating to lighting on the outline, that would have an opportunity to be lit in a different form, as it would be privately maintained, even though lighting levels should be made to be adequate for safety of pedestrians.
Could I have a supplementary, Chairman?
Yes.
Could I request, please, that the lighting submission from the developers be shown to the committee for comment?
Through you, Chair, can I just refer this to Matt Lunn to have a look at the outline consent and what conditions are on there in terms of lighting, or whether it's all coming through the section 278, or because we can't refer it to you if I don't know where it is.
Sorry, through you, Chair. So my understanding, cast my mind back, there is a condition that forms part of the outline that does require input from biodiversity officer to ensure that lighting is sensitively done. I think that extends to within the site, but in terms of lighting linked to the 278, I don't think that now forms part of the planning process. I believe it is now part of the highways consent process. Therefore, if you did want to see it, it wouldn't be part of this format. It would have to be through direct dialogue with the LHA. That's my understanding.
Could I follow Matt's point then? Whoever's authority this is, could I make the same request that the committee have a look, please?
Yes, and through you, Chair, just to be clear, I think your point, Maze Lane is obviously part of the outline and is one element. The element of lighting within this site itself that I think you may well be concerned with as well. If that is not covered by any outline condition, then obviously it's a discussion for you to have around whether further conditions are reasonable and proper. But in terms of the 278 works, yes, that we can bring forward information to share with you. As I said, that consideration was dealt with at the outline consent, where we made reference to it being lit. So we can all by all means share that information, but its relevance to this application, but not part of this application discussion, if you see what I mean.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, could I also just clarify? My understanding would be that that could be shared with the committee on an informal basis, but it wouldn't be brought back to the planning committee because this has already been set out. It wouldn't be part of a planning application.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Can I just return to the surface water drainage, just to confirm my understanding of this? Currently, the whole site flows north and east towards Warfield Street. When this planning application, if approved, is developed, all of the water from the rears of the properties on the north side, south through the whole site, will flow into these attenuation. So the only water that will then reach Warfield Street is the water from the back gardens of plots 4 to 9. Can you confirm that for me?
Yep, that's the case, yes. They will go into the attenuation, which will be a controlled flow into the ditch on the west of Maze Lane.
Could I have a supplementary, please?
Yes, do.
Who will maintain the ditch, and where does the water go after leaving the site?
So the drainage management and maintenance plan, which is on the list of approved documents in condition 1, sets out that a management company will maintain that ditch. It is not for the maintenance of the local highways authority. In terms of, what was the second question?
Where does the water go following its entry into the ditch?
It goes into a highways drain, which is on Moorfield Street.
And that's not a sewer?
That is a surface water drain, sometimes called a surface water sewer, but it is not a foul water sewer.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Barnard.
So if I've got this right, so what we're saying is those houses to the north of the site won't have any sort of patios or hard standing outside the back, and that therefore anyone that buys a property there will have to seek planning permission to get permission to build any sort of patio or recreation amenity area out the back of the properties. I ask that because if that is the case, that is, I would suggest, fairly unenforceable. But it's just if I got this right or wrong, or are we actually factoring in a patio with some sort of, sort of conduit type drainage round to the front of the property? Because it strikes me that it's impractical not to have sort of an outside area, for any house at all. I've got myself confused over this, but if somebody could help, that'd be great. Thank you.
And they, as you can see, they have got, it's not particularly deep, but they have got an area of hard standing around the back for amenity purposes. And it's slightly deeper in some areas than others, so you would be able to put a table and chairs out, but, nothing significant. And yes, we're removing the permitted development rights, so they would need to make a permission, full planning permission application to seek anything like that. We do it elsewhere all the time on other sites. We remove permitted development rights, and people just have to make applications, and they are assessed just as we would assess anything. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be approved, especially if they use, reasonable materials. I'm just saying that we're removing the permitted development rights so that they can't cover up to, whatever the permitted development rights currently allow, which could be, a substantial amount of the rear garden.
Thank you. Other questions? Anybody online? Or Councillor Collins, and then we'll have. Yeah.
Sorry. Can you confirm this is conditioned, and we will be again requesting a response from Thames Water, because I think Thames Water have responded to this, but it is a year or so ago.
Yeah, I can confirm condition 29 of the outline application seeks details that we have, the applicant has got confirmation from Thames Water about the foul water sewage capacity, and have a plan going forward and dealt with that. I can tell you that appended, the last page of the outline drainage strategy shows that at the time of the outline consent they did have capacity for the whole outline consent. That's 305 dwellings within that foul sewer connection. However, that letter from Thames Water goes from 3 years after the outline consent. That's how long that that letter is valid for, and that took us to October the 29th. So that's no longer valid. There was another letter last year, which over 12 months old, showing that again Thames Water had capacity just for this site, but that only lasted 12 months, and as such the applicant needs to go back to Thames Water again for confirmation that there is capacity within the foul water drainage system, and we won't be approving condition 29 until such information has been provided.
Thank you. Yep. And I have one more question, I promise. I'm really pleased to see that the ash tree is being retained. Can you tell me what measures will be in place to protect it during construction? And I know I would like to see it protected for the future. At what point could we ask for a TPO to be placed on that tree?
So conditions 5 and 6 of the outline consent deal with tree protection measures, not only ensuring they're appropriate, but they're retained for the duration of construction. And the tree officers have said that those tree protection measures in the arboricultural statement are sufficient, and we will discharge those conditions appropriately. The ash tree is also protected through the LEMP condition, which is a Landscape and Environmental Management Plan, because it forms part of the biodiversity proposals. In addition to that, someone can request that a tree protection order is put on this tree at any point. It's a separate application or request to anything to do with planning permission. We don't deem that that tree is at such substantial risk that we've requested that before this determination, and it wouldn't affect the determination because the tree has been retained. We suggest it's done after the pruning is done, but before anybody is occupying the development.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison, please.
Thank you, Chair. The ash tree, I've been to see the site. It's a very nice symmetrical tree, and it does really contribute to the landscape, to the street scene, as we've heard, the biodiversity. I'm concerned about the suggestion that it will be pruned on one side only, which I think might. Is there a danger that will leave it a bit lopsided? Has any assessment been done of the effects of the change in weight to one side of the tree and not to the other, given the bank that it is on? Because I'm worried that the tree could actually be destabilised by this and maybe injured and actually killed in the process.
Thank you. Yeah.
Also, on the subject of drainage, I'm not going to ask too much on this, but I'm wondering, have any surveys been done to assure us that the the surface drainage water, when it leaves the site, will not be able to ingress into the foul sewer system? Do we know where they all run? Because there have been issues in the northern parishes where I was advised by the drainage officer of this council, when we actually employed one, that that water was flooding into our sewer systems.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll address the pruning of the tree first. I've gone back to our tree officers again and again, and the head of natural estates has confirmed to me today that he has no concern with the pruning of the south side branches of this tree only. In addition to that, he suggested that it's safer for the health of the tree to prune them in a controlled manner rather than potential damage being done during construction. Again, I'll remind the members of committee that when this application came in, it sought to remove the tree, and as there's no protection on the tree at present, they could go ahead and do that. However, like I've said, I feel there's no risk of them doing that. The applicant is quite happy to retain the tree, and the pruning is definitely an improvement on the removal. And again, the tree officers has confirmed that they're not concerned about the pruning. In terms of the drainage, I do not have information on the condition of the drains and the pipes in this area. Well, definitely not going under Warfield Street. Like I've said, this is a reserved matters application that deals with appearance, layout and scale, and also landscaping. It's not seeking to look at the current state and repair of the drainage systems in the wider area. I really do encourage you to get in touch with the LLFA to get answers to these questions. They'd be more than happy to help you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes.
That's interesting. I can't recall being told as a member of this council we should actually approach the LFA ourselves on applications. I've been on this council about 27 years or something, and normally all the information we need is put before us in the agenda papers of the planning committee, so we can make a decision in the round. And having said that, I'm obviously not voting on this as just as a visiting member, but it's just a comment that members of the committee might like to consider.
Please? This is question time.
The question. Sorry, you've put me off now. That was quite rude.
Shall we have Adrian Hafferty, Councillor Hafferty, please?
Yeah, okay. So I'm labouring on a bit about the tree again. And it's about, okay, so it's quite good that we've got this construction exclusion zone and we're going to have the fencing cooling off, and that's going along the root protection area. And this is, as according to the report, the agricultural report, this is 2 metre high fencing. So I'm just wondering why we're actually having to cut into that area, as is shown by the 2 metre that's coming off the southern side. Thanks.
Thank you for your question. That's quite technical, and had I known about it before, I would have asked the tree officer to be present tonight.
Sorry.
It's all right. I will actually refer it to my colleague Matt Lunn, because I think he's much more experienced in terms of trees than I am, and will be able to give you a better response, possibly.
My understanding is that it's simply to provide sufficient space between built form and the tree. Like Jess said, it's better to do it now in a controlled manner by a qualified arborist, rather than leaving it unaddressed for homeowners to move in and just hack at it themselves. Like Jess said, it's just minor remedial pruning, and it's, as the tree officer said, it would not lead to the detriment of the health of the tree.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Harrison, did you recall?
Thank you. Yeah. I'm sorry, I got a bit of a cold and I've got a little bit of brain fog at the moment, so I kind of lost my train of thought. But the question I had was, as the land levels slope downwards towards Warfield Street, and I can see how the water can be funneled towards the front of the properties rather than the back of the properties, but how can it then flow uphill to get off site?
Well, sorry, it wouldn't flow uphill. Water flows downhill. But the attenuation systems, which are subject to condition 28, I believe, or 29, one of them, they will deal with all the levels under the attenuation system so that they flow in the correct direction. And obviously the ditch on Maze Lane, it's higher as you go south of Maze Lane, so the ditch flows towards Warfield Street, but not towards the rear gardens of these properties. It flows down Maze Lane towards the highways drain on Warfield Street.
That's great, thank you. I thought we'd done with questions.
Sorry, Chairman. I know we want to go home.
Allow one, thank you.
Can I just go back to the estuary, because there seem to be a lot of members concerned about this. Can we, as members on this committee, in view of what we've heard, ask our tree officer? I wish he was here, actually, to be honest, but there you go. Can we ask for a TPO, please?
That's been covered in it.
But why can't we do that, Chair?
We can, and it's in hand.
And it's in hand. It's happening, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's it. So it falls to me to put the motion, a recommendation on page, oh goodness, sorry, page 126 of the agenda pack, and there's an amendment on page 10 of the supplementary report. Is it page 10? Oh yes, it's not page 10, is it? It's page 8, I think. Yeah, it's part of the supplementary report changes. There it is. Yes, page 8. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Collins.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you. Who would like to speak, please? Nobody want to speak? Are we ready to to vote? You'd like to speak? Yeah.
Again, I'd like to thank officers and particularly the presenting officer for talking about the the issue around drainage and water flows and things like that. I recognise and understand on other sites that permitted building rights have been, taken away, so that there has to be a proper planning approach to managing hard landscaping in back gardens and things like that. I think in the interests of the residents to the north of the site, I know that one thing that is really the case, that the limited percolation of water in that part of Warfield is pretty grim at the best of times. But if the site is subject to development and compaction, and we've seen that actually happen, and we're seeing it happen at the moment on the Redrow site, and we've seen it happen elsewhere on the Taylor Wimpey site, I have concerns until things are put in place that the houses to the north of the site could be at enhanced risk of surface water flooding, and I would ask that outside this meeting, should this be approved tonight, that measures be taken to ensure that those residents have access to speedy resolution should such things happen until the new scheme is established, because it's one of the direct consequences of building activity that does lead to considerably additional puddling. You've only got to go to near where the Warfield garage was to see that. And I think, we talk a lot about noise and the impact to development on residents and neighbours, but I think, as has been shown in numerous occasions in that part of Warfield, I think, the particular challenge is immediately following that, because unfortunately, I absolutely take the point, I think you're absolutely right, whether it's a path or a grass, water falls on it at the same rate. But I think when you see the compaction of land then have done in many occasions in Warfield, I think that puts those houses to the north of that at enhanced risk. Certainly do the development phase until such time as proper landscaping is created in the back. It's an inevitable consequence of development, but I think it is a significant and serious issue.
Other speakers? No? Councillor Collins.
I think an awful lot of work has gone into this application. The surface water drainage has the potential to be an issue, except that I believe it is being properly addressed by the council. We aren't experts. We do have the ability to request further information if we wish. And I have looked at that and discussed through the case officer with the local lead flood authority. And I am satisfied that the proposed drainage will work, for want of a better word. Councillor Barnard talks about the Warfield garage site, and yes, there are problems there. But some of those we now believe, because they are being investigated, are coming from Abbey Place rather than Warfield garage site onto the Forest roads. And the drainage within that site is being addressed in the same way as it will be addressed here. I don't believe there is a need for a drainage channel in this case. I'm not sure that actually there needed to be a drainage channel in the Warfield garage site, given the extra information I know now. So I don't have a problem with that. Thames Water will be consulted. The ash tree is being retained, and I really like the proposals for the landscape buffer between the plots 4 to 9 and the existing Warfield Street properties. So for this reason, I will be voting to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo.
I wonder if I could make 2 points on the summing up, please. The first, I think, my colleague here was referring to the construction side of the drainage. And so, as we all know, that can be absolutely a quagmire in these conditions, particularly if they're starting now going into winter. So I think that was the concern, which I hope will be addressed. The other thing I'd just like to also make the point is that there's quite a lot of construction going on at the same time in this north part of Bracknell, and I hope the transport plan is well established and considered and approved, because the last thing would be, you know, Warfield Street and various areas are clogged up with construction traffic. So I just want to make the point that I hope that we've carefully considered that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I do.
It might be in the report and I've missed it. Is there provision for solar panels or heat pumps in the houses?
I'm sorry, Councillor Penfold, we're now on statement, yes, not questions.
Sorry.
Have a read.
Yes, I'll have another read.
Thank you. Yeah, what was I going to say? I've forgotten. Yes, I think the approach to this site is going to be from the general side of the construction, where the construction is coming from now, instead of all over Warfield Street. So I think we're all right for that. So the mud has to be dealt with on the roads, all, you know, round Harvest Ride and so on, and sometimes that's pretty awful, so we need to be kept on the case. And if residents or councillors discover there's a load of mud on the road, they need to contact an enforcement officer or something, or just tell the council and ask for them to contact the company who's making all the mess to go and put the road sweeper out, please. I've done it before, it worked quite well. I'm pleased with the attention to detail on the drainage and on the biodiversity, the new hedging and trees that are being put in to give us more native species around the area. I think that's very important. I quite like this development and I will vote in favour. Shall we take a vote, please? All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Chair, so it's carried.
Lovely, thank you very much. Moving swiftly on. Thank you for your attendance. (27) North Road, Ascot. Who's presenting here? Ah, yes, Dexter Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. My name is Dexter and I'm the presenting case officer. This application is a Section 73 application seeking permission for a larger patio than previously approved. For clarification, the rear extension constructed on site has been granted planning permission and does not form part of this permission. Here we have the existing scenario of what is being assessed. The application site is a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling along North Road in Ascot. North Road is on a relatively steep gradient, resulting in differing ground levels either side of the application site. A number of objections have been received, primarily concerning loss of privacy and overlooking due to the increased patio area and the patio doors being installed at a higher level than what was approved. The photos on the screen show the application site from my first site visit for the original plan permission. You will note that the existing raised slab at the boundary of number 29 had an existing element of direct overlooking. There was also a conservatory in this position here prior to its demolition. So here and here. You will also note there was a direct line of sight to the outbuilding and rear garden of number 31 to the right. There we go. This photo clearly demonstrates the significant change in ground levels along this stretch of North Road and the need for a patio and steps to access the rear garden. The ground level slopes from the front of the house to the back and from the east to the west. It's also worth drawing your attention to the raised terrace at number 29 that overlooks the application site. As previously expressed, there was an existing line of sight into the rear garden of number 31 from the patio area. This also exists at first floor of the application site, and a degree of overlooking into a neighbouring rear garden is not uncommon with dwellings in such close proximity to one another. The applicant, however, has agreed to install a 2-metre high fence along the boundary, extending approximately 5.6 metres off the rear elevation. This is considered to protect and benefit all parties from the impact of direct overlooking into their private gardens, and therefore a reason for refusal could not be sustained on these grounds. As you can see, Holly Cottage sits significantly lower than the application site, who were concerned with overlooking and loss of privacy to the rear garden. Holly Cottage benefits from a verdant boundary offering significant natural screening. With a condition to retain the current fencing in place alongside the patio edge, it is considered that a reason for refusal on overlooking to the neighbouring dwelling could not be sustained. Concerns were also raised about the steep gradient of the steps. An amended plan has been received where a handrail is proposed either side of the steps for the safety of existing and future occupiers of the dwelling. This will be secured by planning condition. In conclusion, the scheme is considered to accord with the relevant policies of the Bracknell Forest Local Plan and the MPPF. The proposal was therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in Section 11 of the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the officers, please. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I know from the committee report the officers didn't particularly discuss this, but there are multiple historical permissions with regards to this. So there was a original permission which was then updated with the reduced scheme, which is I guess the current permission, but I assume the original permission still exists. And then now the current application. It looks to me like the patio that was permitted in the original permission extended as far as is proposed in the current application, and also it appears from the plans included in the officer's report that was potentially actually higher because there are some new steps down onto the patio now. I was just wondering if the officer could confirm that relationship, as it wasn't specifically discussed in his presentation.
Yeah, the original permission meant that a patio could be constructed in a similar location and depth to what is there now. It was also higher, but since then, since it's been built, the applicant has actually reduced the internal floor level by approximately 37.5 centimetres, which is why the patio is now lower.
Supplementary, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm, in the officer's view, compared to the original permission, the situation in terms of overlooking in this regard is actually a betterment compared to the original application.
Through you, Chair. Yes, it is a betterment to what has been approved, but we are assessing what has been built there now, and that is found to be acceptable.
Thank you. Councillor Virgo.
Just a quick one, really. I'm grateful for the lot of work done on this one, to be honest. But is the fence, the side fence, which we've now put on for shielding next door, can I just be assured, as the land falls away, which it does quite violently, as you can see from the steps, is there enough height that will protect that, or is that a problem as it falls away and therefore the overlooking is lost because of the gradient?
I think, given that we didn't originally ask for screening, now we've got it, that is a betterment to the neighbours. Can you clarify a point on the...
Yeah, sorry,
ground,
that's
sorry.
probably me, I didn't make it clear. As it falls away, the ground, I'm just wondering if there's enough shielding, that's all, because obviously as it goes down, it loses its impact.
Through you, Chair. The reason it's only going to the edge of the patio is because there was an existing scenario, there's already fencing in place. We think that what we've got is acceptable, but we couldn't ask for any more further down the garden. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, I think it would be difficult to extend that all the way down the garden, wouldn't it, really? I think that's it. Any other questions? No? Councillor Zaharuddin.
Through you, Chair. Off late, we have been seeing retrospective applications. I mean, we had that, I think, even in the last one. So I'm curious to understand, would it be correct to assume applicants can deviate from the plan and then come back with a retrospective application for planning permission? So it seems to kind of defeat the whole purpose of this exercise.
Would the office like to answer that one?
Through you, Chair. Joe, perhaps you could take this one.
Yes, through you, Chair, perhaps I can clarify on that point. Yes, there is a right to submit an application retrospectively. As has been set out in the report, it's not a material consideration, the fact that the application is retrospective, so therefore we can't take a punitive approach to it because of that. But obviously any works that are done without first obtaining planning permission are done at the applicant's risk. And if an application were to be refused, then obviously we would look to take the appropriate enforcement action.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Okay. So, again, it falls to me to recommend acceptance, approval. Page 143 is the recommendation, and it's an amendment on page 9, I think. Yes, sorry. Yes, the page number is a bit out. Page 9. So, is that seconded, please? Councillor Kath
Yes,
Thompson.
Chair, I second.
Oh.
Sorry, did somebody else?
Could we have Kath Thompson?
Sorry, yes, I'll second that, Chair, please.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson. So, who would like to speak, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think I do appreciate the concerns raised and some of the objections with regards to overlooking. It's quite an awkward relationship between these properties, but I think the key to this is that that's an existing relationship. There is already significant existing overlooking, and I also think, you know, clearly it is a material consideration with regards to this application, the historical permissions. So it seems quite clear to me, and I thank the officer for confirming that you know what we're looking at now is in effect with regards to overlooking a reasonably significant betterment of what was originally approved, both with regards to the fact that the patio doesn't extend any further or significantly further than the original permission. It's actually lower than the original permission, and the fence is being enhanced to provide visual screening. So I think on that basis, I can't really see any reason why we would be able to object to this. So I will be supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Vago?
Yes, I'm just going to... Councillor Smith has said most of it. I was going to say. I do think it's got better. I still worry about the health and safety of that patio going down, because any children on that will fall straight down it. So, but we can do what we can do. We put the railings on the side. I would have done it all the way along, actually, with steps in the middle. But I'm not designing it. I have concerns about that. But you know, hey, I think we've done our work on this. We've been on 2 site visits, which I'm extremely grateful for the members doing that. And I think we've had an effect on making it better. So I will support it.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
I think with applications like this, retrospective applications, you know, it's not out to punish, but I hope that, you know, those that feel they're affected by this will see very clearly that their formal process has now had to be followed. There's been engagement, there's been work, and there's been action as a consequence of that. And I think it just goes to say, doesn't it, that generally speaking, it's generally a good idea to put a planning application in before you do anything. But I think it's been handled in a way, and we've done what we can. Yeah. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's down to homeowners, I feel, how they manage the space in their back garden. And, you know, if they're happy with it, and we're now happy with it, then I can see no objection.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this, please? No? Yes, I can only approve because I can't object to anything in the planning permission, but I do have serious concerns about those very steep, smooth, sharp steps. But nothing we can do, we can just voice our concerns. Apparently there's no planning permission that can, planning condition, I should say, that can make it better. So take a vote. Those in favour?
That's unanimous, Chair, so it's carried.
Thank you very much. And the last application.
Chairman, I should declare an interest on that one.
I'm sorry? Oh, no, you're all right.
I'll declare an interest that I was the executive member that promoted it in the first place. I don't think that's material to this particular extension of time, and I'm no longer involved with that.
Thank you. So this is just about the time and the officer doing this. Oh gosh, sorry. Oh, it's Olivia online. Oh,
yes.
God. I hope we don't lose you in the middle of it. And we've got page, what is it? Page 10 of the supplementary report has got some information on there too.
That's right. Thank you, Chairman. I'll start my presentation now.
Lovely.
Hopefully everybody can see this.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Good evening, everybody. My name's Olivia Jones and I'm the case officer for this application. The application consists of a Section 73 application to amend the planning permission for the new Binfield Community Centre at Wood Lane. The community centre can be seen in the hatched area on your screen. The centre hosts, among other community facilities, private events. The hours of operation are currently 8 AM to 11 PM. This application seeks to extend these hours of operation to 7 AM to midnight. That is 1 hour earlier in the morning and 1 hour later in the evening. From 11 PM to midnight, music will be prohibited. The application also seeks to extend the lighting of the car park for an additional 30 minutes until midnight, coinciding with the end of the operating hours proposed. I'll show you some photographs of the application site. Oops, sorry, that's the that is the committee report. I will find the, here we go. And here we have the view of Binfield Community Centre, and then more in detail view, and then its relationship to the nearest residential dwellings. So now I'll discuss the proposal. The Binfield Community Centre was purpose-built as a community centre to be run by Binfield Parish Council and host events. The suitability of this building to host events late into the evening has therefore been accepted. During the assessment of the original application, the Council's Environmental Health Officer was satisfied with the location, use and operation of the building. The hours of operation imposed by condition on the original permission were imposed at the request of the Parish Council and were not imposed due to any site constraints. The community centre was planned as part of the wider residential development of Blue Mountain and was intended to be an appropriate centre to host community and private events. All residents would be aware of the presence of the community centre when choosing their property. Binfield Parish Council have advised that they have held numerous events which are detailed in the agenda, and no complaints have been received by either the Parish Council or Bracknell Forest Council. In addition, the public consultation for this proposal has received no objections. This supports the argument that the use of the site for private events is suitable. The applicant has provided a noise management plan, which includes supervision by Parish Council staff at all events to ensure events comply with time limits, that music is kept to an acceptable level, and that doors and windows remain closed. The supplementary report includes a table which compares the approved operation of the building with the proposed. This shows that the music will not be on any later than currently approved, that the centre will be open for 1 hour later than currently approved, and that the car park will be lit 30 minutes later than approved. The supplementary report includes an additional condition requiring details of signage to be submitted, advising visitors to be quiet and respectful of neighbours when leaving the site. Please can it be noted for the minutes that an update to the recommendation further to the circulation of the supplementary report includes a sentence at the end of this condition stating the signage shall be implemented in accordance with the agreed scheme and retained as such thereafter. We must consider only whether the additional hours would cause a nuisance that could not be adequately controlled by environmental health legislation. Given that the site is managed and supervised by the Parish Council, which would also be secured by condition, and was purpose-built to host evening private events, this is considered the appropriate location to host late-night events. Our Environmental Health Officer is satisfied that any unexpected disturbances could be managed, and therefore in this case, it would not be reasonable to refuse the application. As such, the application is recommended for approval as set out on pages 149 to 152 of the committee agenda and page 12 of the supplementary report, with additional sentence verbally reported which requires implementation and retention of signage. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for Olivia? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Members will be aware this item was originally scheduled for the July committee and was deferred in part, I believe, because of some quite probing questions I asked about the noise management plan. On the planning portal, there's a document titled amended plan, but it's dated in May, so I don't believe that's been updated since that discussion. It's still the same noise management plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then as a supplementary check, can I ask who has prepared that plan and what level of specialist advice have they received in drawing that up?
It was the Parish Council who prepared the plan, and it was prepared in, as far as I'm aware, I don't know of any specialist advice they have. It was rather to do with how they would manage the site and manage the events.
Any further questions? No? Do you have another? No? Councillor Barnard.
Would I be right in assuming that ultimately a lot of the things that potentially might cause issues here are down to the sort of day-to-day management plan, and that there are other ways the council can work with Binfield Parish Council and others to ensure that that the amenity of residents is appropriately maintained? I think that's my understanding, which happens elsewhere. And And given, you know, the value and the importance of the building and the type of activity, I'm pretty confident that it will be an asset that will be protected and used properly and supported. But I'm trying to say, you know, again, I think there are some non-planning issues which will be materially far more important than anything that we might have concerns of here, if that makes sense.
Through you, Chair?
Yep.
Yes, if there are concerns regarding noise disturbances from events, we would expect our environmental health officers to be able to adequately manage that, yes.
Okay. There's a part of the report that mentions a list of activities that have happened at the community centre. Was any noise management employed with that? Was there any noise measurement?
I have not been advised of any noise measurement. However, in terms of noise management, there was always a member of the parish staff present and doors and windows were always closed, which is part of the noise management plan.
Discourage certain activities that might lead to late night noise as well. So I think, you know, there's a to preserve their building and
true enough. Have any of the residents been asked about noise levels and any concerns? Any consultation at all with the residents?
In terms of consultation, the only consultation that we have undertaken as the Borough Council was letters and a site notice regarding this application. In terms of the Parish Council consulting neighbouring properties, I'm afraid I don't know if that's been done.
Thank you. So there's no specialist noise measurement been done like we require from other places, number of decibels or anything?
In this instance, that's correct. In this instance, we have not asked for a noise assessment.
And no measurement of the cars and people chatting outside after the event or anything?
No, we haven't asked for any of that detail.
Any other questions? No?
At the risk of prolonging this, we've not asked this in this instance, but if it became clear that there were issues that were, you know, sort of, you know, that sort of arose from the use of this down the line that hadn't been managed at this, you know, at this stage, that, you know, in terms of, you know, management and informally, does any mechanism exist where we might as a council say, do you know what, folks, we need to take a tougher view of, you know, sort of thing we can do, or are we actually, because if we're actually committing to something now that could never be changed, then that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? But if we're actually saying, you know, there's an element of trust and understanding in management, and that, you know, if things don't go well, do you know what I'm saying? Is there a mechanism we can come back and maybe review and put additional conditions on? It might not be here, but is it here or is it elsewhere? I'm asking, you know. Does that make sense?
Through you, Chair?
Yeah.
In this instance, considering how we would expect the application to go, if it became clear that the additional hour or in fact any event was becoming a nuisance, that would be under the powers of environmental health to ensure that these were mitigated, and if it were impossible to mitigate, well, I would have to defer to my colleague in environmental health to see whether they would be able to completely shut it down. In terms of the planning permission, once it's granted, we wouldn't be able to revoke it. But I would ask my colleague in environmental health to discuss that.
Hello. I'm from Jodie Wilson from Environmental Health. Where it became an issue that noise from the site for resulting from this planning consent, if granted, or any other event or anything associated with this, Environmental Health have powers under statutory nuisance to firstly work with businesses to try and resolve the matter informally. As a last resort, we can serve a noise abatement notice, which basically requires them to abate the nuisance and carry out the measures necessary to abate that nuisance. That might be reducing their operating hours to as were originally approved, or a variety of other measures, or entirely stopping the activity. So I hope that reassures that there is another sort of catch if there are problems that arise.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. To follow on from Councillor Barnard's question then, can I just ask, perhaps when we've got the Environmental Health Officer on the call, they might be best to respond. Would you agree that the bar for statutory noise nuisance is somewhat lower than the bar that can be set in terms of noise restrictions at planning, in terms of protection of existing residents? My view is it's not quite the same standard that we can protect. We have an opportunity at planning that we don't have later. Would you confer with that or disagree?
To a certain extent, yes. With planning permissions, you are working on the likelihood of something being a nuisance, so you may be a bit more precautionary, whereas with statutory nuisance, we are assessing whether a nuisance actually exists. You know, it's actually happening and it's causing significant harm. Obviously, we can't do that in all cases with planning. We're just preempting whether or not we envision that there could be some adverse impact.
Can I also ask the noise officer as what measures they need residents to, or what proof they need residents to give them that there is a nuisance, and how often that has to happen? What's the action to give proof that there is a nuisance?
So first of all, residents would be asked to provide a log sheet. We give them access to a facility called the Noise app, which is a free mobile phone app to supplement with some noise recordings. And on their log sheet and with the Noise app, they'll provide us with a period of around a month of noise recordings or notes from incidents of noise and how it's affected them. And from that, we'll form a judgment as to whether or not nuisance is likely based on the severity of the impacts on them, the times that it happens, the duration, a whole variety of different factors, and that varies from case to case. And from there, officers are likely to visit and witness from the complainant's property at the time of events. Prior to that, we would be working with the business, with the community centre, you know, finding out when events are happening so that we can be out and about listening and monitoring those events, whether or not they're causing a nuisance. I mean, hopefully it wouldn't get to that. At an early stage, we would be contacting the community centre and letting them know that we've received complaints and expecting them to manage the noise if they haven't been managing it effectively until that point. And obviously going on from there, if a nuisance is if we're satisfied that a nuisance is occurring, then we can serve a noise abate. Well, we have to serve a noise abatement notice to require the nuisance to be abated.
But it would take at least a month for the resident to have to put up with this.
I mean, that is a frustration, but it also has to protect the person or the business that's being alleged to be causing the nuisance. So it is only fair that we gather fair evidence of a noise nuisance to protect both sides and have a fair, independent understanding of what the complaint is.
Guys, can you? I'm not sure you're listening if you're talking. Okay. Yeah. was the other? There was something else. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't think I have further questions. Is there any noise limiter at the community centre on their machinery so that they can tell how loud it is? Because I know from experience that you have loud music playing and fairly loud, and then everybody inside is shouting against the music, so you turn it up a bit to hear the music a bit more. And I don't know if there should be some limiting machinery or way to limit the noise, and considering that.
Chair, could I just make a point on that, please? The current application, we're just looking at the extension of the operating hours, and there wouldn't be any extended time for the music being played at the site. So it currently ends at 11 p.m. and that would be, it would equally be limited under the terms of this application.
True.
Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Barnard.
I think, just point out, we were talking about the fact that all parish councils have very clear policies around how they will let premises and buildings in the interests of amenity. I mean, it's one of the key tenets of a parish council, and Bracknell Town Council does exactly the same on the buildings they've got. So I'm confident that with the safeguards we've discussed in a public setting around how we can manage, you know, potential noise nuisance, that we have the safeguards, because I think Councillor Smith makes a really good point, which is, you know, planning is the gold standard.
I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. You're making a nice statement.
No, but the question I then have is it reasonable to consider putting this sort of technology in? Because you know, if we ask this particular building to do it, wouldn't every other community building have to have something? And where would it stop? You know, because we
Well, I can answer that very
yeah.
easily.
Well, that's helpful, because you know. It's,
Okay. Well, it depends how close they are to houses, with any screening in between. And this is very close to houses and no screening.
a bit like the Bulbrook Community Centre, where clearly they have a riot when they do short map bowls. But that's been close. That's close to houses for 40 odd years, and nobody has ever suggested that you put noise abatement equipment in there or any other of the town council.
Oh, you're not on. Okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that,
Yeah.
you know, there are others which are closer and as close, and actually were there for a long time. But we've never asked any other centre to do it, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Councillor.
If it's been functioning for several months, might be at least a year already, and there's been no complaints at the management of it already, why are we anticipating problems such as need noise abatement stuff in now?
Fair point. Okay. Any further questions? No. Would someone else like to move this recommendation, please? Councillor Virgo.
Seconded.
Councillor Nasruddin. I think we've had one statement already. Would you like... Shall we take somebody else first? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I do intend at this point to support this application, primarily because the major change since this was scheduled for the committee in July is that the hours that music is permitted have been reduced and are not actually any later into the evening than is currently permitted. So that, to me, is sufficient to mitigate the concern about, you know, late night events potentially having an unacceptable noise impact on existing residents. I am, however, quite concerned about the quality of noise impact assessment we're seeing here from an applicant who is a parish council. And, you know, there are statements in that noise impact assessment with regard to the impact of noise that they have quite simply been unable to back up with hard data. And I think, you know, we should rightly be saying to them that's not really acceptable. And had they not reduced the hours, I would certainly continue to be arguing against approval at this point. And it sets a worrying precedent. You know, if we're accepting that from a parish council, what's to stop us? That sets a precedent when somebody wants to open a club or a bar or another entertainment facility. So, we should be expecting from our parish councils the same standard of due diligence on these as we would from those organisations. I will note, I'm aware that behind the scenes there is work on a planning noise technical guidance note, and this again reiterates the importance of that, and I'm grateful to the planning department for agreeing to look into that and develop that further to our previous conversations, because we need clear standards on this in terms of what we're expecting from applicants when they assess this. You can't just make a statement that noise isn't going to be an impact without any actual evidence that that's the case. I would just like to reiterate the point that sort of came up in the questions as well. I completely acknowledge that obviously if there's a statutory noise nuisance down the line, we have enforcement powers, and obviously our environmental health officers would work there. I hope it would never get to that case because this is a parish facility, and as Councillor Barnard's quite rightly pointed out, at the very least we have an applicant here. I hope we can trust to manage that in good conscience. But I am concerned that we have situations here where we're relying upon future enforcement against noise, statutory noise nuisance. It's not the same as the bar that exists in the MPPF to protect existing residents against new noise sources. So to sort of simply say, oh well, we can deal with it later if there's a nuisance, it's not the same level of protection, and I'm concerned that that's the approach that our officers seem to be taking. And again, I do hope when we see the future noise technical guidance notes, we get some more clarity on that. But as I say, all of that said, they have agreed to reduce the hours for amplified music, and that therefore does reassure me that the concerns are now adequately dealt with in the application, so I will support.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard.
I think, support everything that Councillor Smith said, and I think, it's not to be overly critical of the parish council, but I do think, one of the slight concerns has been the unsubstantiated nature of some of the, the statements that have been made about this. And the reason that I think I and others have asked significant questions tonight about how we might regulate and monitor this is because in the absence of, emphatically clear information up front, we just need to reassure, residents of the public setting, the planning committee, that we have powers, but recognise it's, to use the expression, it's suboptimal. But I go back to the point, and I'll reiterate what I said earlier. I am absolutely confident that Binfield Parish Council is a good parish council that has in place, as I think every other parish council does, and town council, how they wish to manage their buildings and things like that. And I think what differentiates parish councils from maybe sort of private clubs and things like that is that concerns from residents can be brought to the attention of councillors. So if you like, there's a secondary sort of almost regulatory monitoring type approach there to do this. But I think, just to back up what Councillor Smith said, I think when we have that guidance, I think something that's come out tonight is what we would expect from applicants that's proportionate to what they want to do in terms of this information, because otherwise I think in future we could find ourselves in a situation where we, defer or, or reject a planning application on the grounds we don't have that information. But I think, the only reassurance we can give tonight is good owner, good pursuer of events there, and we have the ability through environmental health to work on that. But I think it would be a sorry day if, as and when we actually had to take one of our parish or town councils down the route of enforcement, But it's there to be understood. So I think, it's the reassurance we've given tonight. And thank you for your forbearance.
Thank you. Councillor Zaruddin.
Thank you, Chair. There aren't any objections from residents with this proposal, and this is a positive change from where I see. And it opens up opportunity for communities to have a venue for extended usage in our borough. With the condition in place for restrictions beyond 11 p.m. in the night for music, I believe it's a fair balance, and I very much welcome this application. It's a positive change, and I will support this.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? No? Then I'll have a go. My concern springs from other experience in other areas, which have been pretty extreme. I am concerned about the proximity of the houses to the community centre with no screening whatsoever. And I know it's very, very annoying to have to turn your TV up to overcome noise that's going to go on for hours just across the way. There's a hesitation that people have when they're close to a source of nuisance to actually report it in case there's some comeback. And I've seen some pretty horrific things happen on that score too. So I'm very concerned about this, whether people will feel confident enough to report, and who should they report to. They need to be reassured, I believe, by the parish council that, directly to their homes, that this is the number to call if there is an issue. And their parish councillors, yeah. The other bit about this is that this is a permission for every night of the year. Now, if you have this noise going on 3 nights a week for continued periods, you're going to be at the end of your tether. You're not going to be wanting to record things. You're just going to want to move out and go away. It's a horrific thing to have to deal with noise night after night. And I've seen the effects of that too. So I'm afraid I can't support this because there's no real testing of the actual noise, and I have concerns for the local residents. I think there should be some screening to protect residents from the noise. There isn't a straightforward answer about where people are going to congregate to smoke and vape. There isn't any comment about the noise that people might make in the car park and the lighting for interference. So many things that I'm unhappy about here. And I think the parish council could do better. But that's me. Anybody else? Shall we take a vote then? All those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? Oh dear. Borrow mine.
I believe that was 7 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention, Chair, so it is carried.
I think it was 2 against.
Oh, sorry, 2
abstention.
against. Sorry, my mic went.
Sorry. I think that's the end of our meeting. Are we offline nearly?